Hello! Don't mind me. For those who don't know, I've been reorganizing my office this weekend, and all of my stuff is all over the place now. And it doesn't help that, the way my setup is today, oh jeez, I need to turn my phone off, holy shit. Let's just turn that on to vibrate. Yeah, I've been reorganizing my office, and everything's kind of all over the place, very much so still. My bare minimum setup is set up now, I think. Hopefully I did not forget anything. And hopefully my audio is okay. My mic is in a different location now, so if I start getting quiet or anything, please let me know, otherwise I will never know. But I'm on the other side of the room because I thought it would be fine. Here, let me go to just chatting first. See if this works. And oh hey, that's the camera. Hold on, let me just go ahead and hide that for now. I don't have cat cam today because I'm using that. No, there will be a visual. I'm here. I'll have to have a hand cam for this because we're going through my traditional art. I've been drawing for a while. Thank you for letting me know the audio is good, thank goodness. I was pretty sure, because my mic is in a similar location, but I did have to move it a bit, and I'm probably gonna have to readjust it a few times just because of where it is. It's unfortunately right in front of one of my monitors. But from practice, from my old setup, it's in a place that's not too bothersome, thankfully. But yeah, like, part of my setup that changed is I was on the other side of the room, and then the cat cam that was between my two monitors, was facing behind them onto the windowsill. No, I forgot to switch to the correct YouTube link. Don't worry about that other one. This is the right one. The one with the correct thumbnail is the right one. If you ever see like a random second YouTube stream that goes off for like half a second and then dies, that's just me hitting the button because I forgot that I needed to reset it up. Let me go delete that actually, so people don't get confused. But yeah, I changed my whole setup. I moved my desk from the other side of Jesus, that's loud. I moved my entire setup from one side of the room to the other, and the main reason was because the window where the cats sit with the cat cam, right about at the beginning of stream, like right before right when I get home from work, sun's going down at that point, and there's like a sliver of light between my two monitors that hits me directly in the eyes every single day, and it is the most annoying thing ever. But I've been too lazy to move my entire setup to the other side of the room because I was like, would it even fit over there? Like, I have a ton of shit in this room. This is where my Dragon's Hoard of art supplies is. But I finally like sat down and mathed it out, and I was like, okay, I can just like rotate 2/3 of the room around, and then it should be fine. Yeah. I always update the thumbnail and the stream title every time. I think like the default one that tends to pop up is animatic time, but that is not correct. Unless for YouTube specifically, it's always going to be the one I linked in Discord and wherever else I decide to link it any particular day. But yeah, I'm on the other side of the room now. It's very cozy over here. I don't have, so on the other side of the room I have like a bunch of I don't know what they're called, like tool shelf thingies that you can like hook metal hooks into and then hang up all your tools and stuff like that. And then my shelves with my ball jointed dolls, those are on the other side of the room still. I don't think I'm going to move them because my plan is to put in another table in here so I can put more of my bullshit on there. don't need more work tables. My work laptop table, my poor work laptop table, it's covered in shit, like, just everywhere. I know I sent a picture in Discord of my current setup that I'm working on, and, like, even that does not just showcase, like, how messy of a person I'm in. It's not that I'm disorganized. I cannot say that I'm not a messy person, but, like, it's less that I'm disorganized or, like, I just leave shit out, and it's more of just, like, I have 3 projects going on any given point in time, and I don't want to put away the stuff I'm working with every time. Like, that's annoying. But I'm trying to make it better. That's why I reorganized, and I'm continuing to reorganize, and I'm thinking I'm gonna, like, take stock of everything I have, so that I can say definitely, like, yeah, I have these Copic markers, or I have, what other fucking shit do I have? A lot. I have watercolors, I've got acrylics. I don't have oil paints. I don't think I'm gonna get into oil paints. I have gouache, specifically that, like, jelly gouache shit. I need to practice with it more. It's actually very nice. As somebody who's really bad with paint, it's very nice. But let me actually go to the art can. I have, why am I on this side? Right. Oh, where's my buttons? Let me hit this and then do this. There we go. Okay. I'm a little small. That's fine. Yeah, here's my desk. Hello. This is the same mat I used before, but I just flipped it to the other side because, like, all the corners are wearing down. And you could see it in the thumbnail, but I just wanna showcase how many books of art we're gonna be going through real quick. So here's the first one. Then we've got this one. Oh, jeez, they're heavy. And then we got this one. And then we got this one. And then this is my previous work sketchbook. And this is my current work sketchbook. And we'll go through those two. And then I got this one that I didn't want to pull all the pages out of. And this is my very first one. This is not all of the sketchbooks I've ever owned, mind you. These are just the ones that I have held on to, and it's not for a lack of trying. I have a few disclaimers. Few disclaimers about this tour. One, I am missing some of my sketchbooks, and I specifically am fairly certain that somebody has stolen some of my art. And I don't know who it is, but I suspect it was a family member, and my number one suspect I can't even contact anymore, which pisses me off. But I know this for a fact that some of my artwork is missing because I have this one particular illustration I did with what do they call it? Prismacolor pencils, and, like, pen lines and stuff like that. And I finished it, and I was really proud of it, and I was showing my entire family, and I shit you not, my entire extended family started fighting each other on who was gonna keep it, and I had to look all of them in the eyes and be like, hey, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm keeping it. And it's gone missing. And everyone in my family was arguing over it, and it went missing when I was at college, and I'm just like, which one of you fuckers went into my stack of sketchbooks and stole it? Because it had to be one of you people. I know you didn't throw it away. And I think actually a few other ones are missing, but I'm particularly upset about that one because, one, it was one of my favorite drawings, and two, I don't have any photos of it, so I can't even show you guys. There's a few others that I found photos on my old DeviantArt that I didn't spot. I did a cursory glance through all my sketchbooks. You'll see a couple of times where there's post-it notes and blue painter's tape in these, just because I'm covering up names. For the most part, I didn't accidentally, like, write down notes with, like, personal information, but occasionally I would, in my sketchbook, so I've covered those up. And I'm also not going through my digital archive of artwork, which is a lot more, it doesn't compare in size really, mainly because a lot of my digital art is smaller pieces well, not smaller pieces, a lot of it's illustrations, and those take a long time. But also, I just don't know where a lot of my digital art is. I wasn't as good as keeping an archive of that. I did post a lot of it to DeviantArt, so I do have an extensive collection of it, but I don't know if it's every single one. Another thing is, as you can see, most of my sketchbooks are in scrapbooks now. I've basically just put them in like folders, and they're front and back. I don't know what it is with people stealing my fucking art in real life. Like, I've never had a problem with it online, at least not that I know of. So I'm just like, why does it have to be the people in real life instead? It's actually the worst. But yeah, I also have just like another stack of pieces that I need to get a fifth scrapbook for, because 4 wasn't enough. This stack used to be like 2 feet high of sketchbooks, and unfortunately they're no longer in the original sketchbooks, and they're also not in any chronological order. Mainly because I was really terrible about dating my sketchbooks in general. There were literally, I don't think, a single year on any of my pieces when I put these in the scrapbooks originally. So I decided instead to kind of group them by the characters I was drawing, or like whatever it was I was drawing. The first couple ones I'm gonna go through are kind of like a catch-all of just like all the random shit I drew. Which there's an extensive amount of. There's also some fan art in these ones of various media, and none of you are allowed to make fun of the things that I was obsessed about, because we all have our cringe phases, and cringe isn't real. And if you think any of these are cringe, I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong, but also I'm going to say cringe is fake, let kids be kids. And also just let people enjoy things. There is Homestuck art in here. I found a sans in one of mine that I completely forgot about, and then the instant I saw it, I went, oh no. But yeah, like the reason that they're all in scrapbooks now, this is my only example of what I put my sketchbooks through. This spine is hanging on by fucking determination and tape alone at this point. This is why the rest of them are in scrapbooks now. I honestly should probably put this one in a scrapbook too, because it literally is about to fall apart. My first work sketchbooks, this one's not even filled up entirely, but I had to stop using it because the spine's fine, but on the inside there is a tear behind this binder's tape on both sides of this thing, because I was drawing in it so much. And I messaged the people who make these, and I was like, hey, I don't know if this is a common problem with your stuff. I use this as a sketchbook and this happened. I don't want like a refund or anything. I just wanted to let you know. And they're like, we have literally never heard that happen before. And I'm like, oh great. Fantastic. Very, very funny email. That's the same. That book came from the same people that the other ones that I posted in Discord recently. That those came from. But we should start at the beginning, of course, as people do. This is my very first actual sketchbook. It's not the first time I was like drawing and stuff. When I was a kid, my parents are divorced, and when you're a younger kid, maybe if you're an older kid too, I don't know, the particular time period of when I was a kid and when we had the custody battle, they put us in court-mandated therapy. And my therapist was nice. She was a very lovely lady. She did not understand me in the slightest, and she could not get me to talk to her. I wasn't a very talkative or social kid in the first place. But, like, she didn't know how to, like, get through to me at all. Yeah, But at one point she's just like, okay, you're a kid, you have to have fucking hobbies, right? And I was like, I guess I like to doodle a lot, and by I like to doodle a lot, I mean I'm so bored with schoolwork that I just start drawing instead on the corners of all my pages, because this was the era of when I had the bitch teacher in like 3rd and 4th grade, who hated me for no discernible reason. And then my 4th grade teacher, I know I've told this on stream before, she banned the entire class from getting up and turning their papers in for tests until 30 minutes had passed, because I would finish my tests in 5 minutes and turn them in and get a 90%. And she didn't like that I was doing that. I shit you not. So I just, because she wouldn't let me turn it in, and I was an undiagnosed ADHD child, I just started doodling on the sides, and that just became a thing. And so I told that to the therapist, and she was like, okay, cool, I'm gonna get you a sketchbook. And then she handed me this index card sized sketchbook, and I loved this to bits. I have sadly you won't be able to see it with the other sketchbooks that I have, but for the longest period of time I had this tendency of like, it doesn't matter what's on all of the other pages in my sketchbook, it's a sketchbook. It's supposed to be messy, it's supposed to be filled with just whatever the fuck you want in there. And I feel like a lot of people get like obsessed with the idea of having every page be this beautiful, perfect art journal of stuff. And I've never been like that. A lot of the things that you'll see in my sketchbooks are completely unfinished. They're just partially lined, or just a sketch, or just barely a sketch at all, a lot of the time. And that's how sketchbooks should be. But I did have this thing where it's just like, I always wanted the first page of my sketchbook to be something nicer than the rest of it, like a full illustration or something. So that's what happened here, is I actually like sat down and was just like, I'm gonna put shading and stuff on this. I barely understood what shading was. I was like 12. But yeah, like a lot of these are gonna be like very little things. I know this era of me was very much obsessed with Final Fantasy X and Kingdom Hearts at the time, and so a lot of the characters and such in these that were my characters were often inspired by them. My fairy my fairy phase started when I was a small child, and it has never ended, as you can see. And I was like, just because it's probably going to come up at some point, and it came up in Discord earlier, you'll see that sometimes I do partial backgrounds or full backgrounds and stuff like that, and like just, I feel like the thing that people don't think about when it comes to that sort of thing is, if you want to learn how to draw something, whether it's like a specific thing, like if you want to learn how to draw a dragon, I'll talk about that in a second, or if you just want to draw something in general, like backgrounds, the way to learn to do it is to get obsessed with it. It genuinely is. Like, whether it's something small, like in my case, I jokingly say, I got obsessed with rocks, and that's why I'm so good at backgrounds now. Like, you just have to find something that makes it enjoyable even when you're not doing it perfectly. And it's easy to start that when you're a kid, when you're not thinking about perfectionism and stuff like that. And it's a lot harder to do that as an adult. And I fully recognize that. I still struggle with interiors because I fucking hate drawing interiors, but I want to learn to draw them. And you just gotta keep at it, really. Example A here being, this is a dragon. And the thing about dragons and me as a child is I could not figure out how the fuck to draw a dragon, and I gave up on it, and instead I decided to draw snakes with wings. Yeah, here's the fan art. Baby's first fan art. yeah, I really couldn't figure out how to draw dragons. I don't know if it was something with like the legs or something like that at the time. I know scales were also a problem for me, but I just, at some point, I gave up on trying to draw dragons, and I just started drawing snakes with wings. And you know what? I was so right for it. Snakes are fantastic. But you can, this is really the age of when my original characters started. I'm not sure how readable most of these are. Honestly, none of these characters still exist in my stories, except a couple of them. But I was already making my own original characters and stories and stuff. Most of them were just like very Kingdom Hearts. I stole all of my favorite characters from the things I watched and played, and then I put them in my own stories, and then I added my own characters to them. Which I'm here for. I love OCs and fanfic still. But yeah, oh my gosh. It really is like my number one obsession, and the thing that keeps me drawing is my own characters. I don't draw just to draw. I draw to get my ideas for my stories on the page, and that's what works for me. But I know it's different from everyone for what works for them, but I do know, like, it's not about passion necessarily when it comes to art. Passion is something that is a driving force for a lot of artists, I think, and that includes myself. But there's a difference between passion and obsession. And obsession will just fucking take you over if you let it. And sometimes you gotta. Yeah, you can see here, like, just random shit. I would explain some of these, but the thing is, this is from, like, 2012, and frankly, God knows what was going on through my brain at the time. Even some of the more recent stuff, I'm probably just gonna look at it and be like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. But I know somewhere in here there is the first drawings of Toria and the character that I always laugh about when I read your name, Kira. Kira! Spelled differently, but sounds the same. Who are my first, like, true original characters. And I kind of want to throw them in my stories again somewhere, with their own, like, new designs and stuff. 'Cause I do really love them still. It's just, they really are products of this era of my life and drawing and whatnot at the time. Yeah, you can see, like, I don't even fill the page half the time with some of these. That's Toria. That is Toria there. And if I had to guess, we will probably... Nope, that's more... that's more Final Fantasy X. There's not a lot of fan art. Like, as I grew older, I did not draw a lot of fan art, compared to the amount of original character art, and that's continued to this day. That's Kira. That's Kira for sure. Yeah, there's both of them there. I don't know. I never got particularly into drawing fan art. I love seeing it. I love reading fanfiction and all that jazz, but I'm just, I don't know. It doesn't click with me. I have trouble with fan art a lot of the time, where, like, I try to draw something and it just doesn't work. And I can't really explain why it doesn't work, but it doesn't click, and then I can't finish it, and then you never see it. And I think that's the last page, yeah. I usually leave the last couple of pages blank. But yeah, that's my first ever sketchbook. And now we're going to get into stuff that, like, truly I do not know what order anything was originally. As I said, I ended up organizing it by what it is because I don't have dates or anything. So you're gonna see like all of my eras at the same time. Which could be a good or a bad thing, depending on how you think about it. This is gonna be a little awkward though, because I believe these are all front and back. And can you see that? Kind of. There we go, okay. So this is random bullshit book 1. So it's gonna be random things where it's just like, I don't know what the fuck it is, A, or B, probably fan art. This I'm pretty sure is Warrior Cats. Is that Jay Feather? I think that's Jay Feather from Warrior Cats. Don't quote me on that. I don't remember for sure. There was not a lot of Warrior Cats fan art in my sketchbooks, but there was a little bit, and I'm pretty sure that's Jay Feather. I think this on the left was attempt number 3. No, this was just a random creature, I think. This was just a random creature based off cats and wings, of course. And then we have Minecraft on the other side, of course. These are both from a pet site called Griffs, which was Flight Rising if it was from like 2006 and about griffins instead of dragons. I still look at Griffs occasionally these days. It is a lovely website. And I made some very, very kind friends there, especially considering that I was like in my cringe era. But it is a once again a product of its time as a website. This, I know what this is. This is third or fourth attempt at trying to make a fursona before I know what a fursona is. I think this one actually, I knew what a fursona was at the point in time I made this. My first technical fursona was just a Warrior Cats OC. My second one, I didn't know what a fursona was. But I was at the point in time where like I knew how to draw cats better than I can draw people, so I drew everyone as cats. Including myself. And I had heard the word fursona, but I didn't really understand it at the time, and I was just like, yeah, okay, I have a fursona. I had never I never had heard the word furry. I did not know what that was. So I call myself an accidental furry because of that. On this one? I think that's more Homestuck. Yeah, that's more Homestuck. Who fucking knows what's happening here? And there they are again, more of that first creature. This side's a little hard to see, I know, because the pencil is so light. I don't remember what that is all about. I don't remember what that's all about. More Homestuck. This was me trying to understand how to make a steampunk creature, if I recall correctly. I don't know if I succeeded. I mean, it looks steampunk, but it doesn't look functional. More very unfinished sketches. You can't see it, but it goes all the way up. I've always really enjoyed shading with pencils, but you won't always see it because a lot of the time I would plan to draw something and then color it with colored pencils later, and it's really, really annoying to color over graphite with Prismacolors. So I would avoid doing that. This is a tiny me. I'm pretty sure, yeah. I've always used shoulder bags. Upset steampunk noises. No, please! Please, forgive younger me. I was trying my best. I'm not sure if this is the case, but I'm fairly certain this is Mikaku City Actors, but before Mikaku City Actors was an anime. I'm pretty sure this is fan art of that, Because I'm pretty sure this is Ian, and I'm pretty sure that's her snake. And I think... Oh, what the fuck's her name? The little girl with the white hair who is 1/4 Medusa. That's more Homestuck. This... I don't remember which one it is. This is one of my older gods. I don't remember which one it was. It could be Janus, or it could be Hyperion. Who fucking knows? That's more Minecraft. That is Herobrine Minecraft fan art. That's a you know, I remembered the Homestuck and I remembered Sans, but I had literally just looked at this like a couple hours before stream to check for if I had put my name on anything, like my full name. I forgot that there was Minecraft by that point. This is more so. I know it's a thing on Flight Rising where they will make humanized versions of dragons for like character design. Griff's had a similar thing. And so I would do that for people quite a bit. I would draw this and then I would take a picture and I'd send it to them. That's more Griff's. That's also Griff's. That's more, Gajinka's for Griff's. I do not know what this is. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I have this thing where like I have to make things look functional and believable. I feel like it works in a lot of places because I do put like gears and like joints that you'd expect to move in all the right places, but I feel like there's too much of other things. Like you don't need all of these wires to make this work. That should not be all wires. There should be more metal chassis and stuff there. And I don't think the wings would have like gears like that, especially with feathers next to that. But that's okay. Yeah, I have no fucking clue what this is. Is this more Griff's? I think this is more Griff's, but I can't tell. That's more Griff's. I know this is a humanized version of somebody's thing. There's a particular crown on Griff's that is this red crown. I think it's called Perseverance. You would get it by donating items to one of the NPCs, and you had to donate like 5,000 items to get it, so it was a pretty rare item. It's also fucking annoying to draw. I hate drawing crowns with this little arrow bit. I can never get them to look consistent across the entire crown, and which is why I'm really proud of this particular one, because it is consistent. That's more Griff's. Both of these are more Griff's. This is somebody's actual griffin on the site that I, for once, drew very correctly, and I was really proud of that. This is actually, these are both Copic markers, same for this other one, this one here. I really loved when I got Copic markers for the first time. I didn't have a great selection of colors, my palette was really limited, but because of the way Copic markers work, like, I could just do so much with them and they still look good. Yeah! It's fine. They're all just griffins. They're all just griffins or humanized versions of griffins. This is also a humanized version of griffins. Interestingly, you can see one of the problems with Copic markers over time. This yellow, like, oh, it's not visible on the camera. It's visible, like, right down here, but there's, like, a yellow aura around all of the orange. That wasn't me drawing it, that's just from over time, like, the Copic marker ink doing weird shit to the page. It hasn't happened on every single thing. I think this orange in particular was just, like, a bad color to do that with. But yeah, like, if you have Copic marker artwork, take photographs of it and stuff. I don't think I've had too many problems with fading. Like, this looks exactly the same as it originally was, for sure. But it is not archival, that's the word. This was somebody else's creature on Griff's that I drew for them. I don't know what it was. And it was also really creepy looking, but I had a lot of fun drawing it. Oh, this is me attempting to draw dragons again. I feel like it's a running thing with my sketchbooks. That's how it feels to work with Copic markers. They just shade itself. It's fantastic. But there's kind of a running theme with my sketchbooks, and it's going to be harder to tell because of the way these are organized, but I know for a fact that I would have these periods where it's just like, I'm going to try to draw a dragon again. I'm going to do it this time, and I'm going to get it to work, and I go and try to draw a dragon, and it looks like shit. And it probably doesn't look like shit to you guys, because you don't know what I was going for. But you see, the problem with this dragon is that it looks too much like a dog. Except the jaw is really fucked up. We're not going to talk about the wings, because the wings are a whole other issue. But the problem isn't that, like, on its own, this dragon is bad looking. It looks fine if you look at it on its own, but it's always like I'm trying to draw a dragon in a particular way, and I just don't get it right every time. This, unfortunately, actually, like, I guess there's just a lot of friction on this page in particular because the graphite is all blurred from, like, rubbing at it. I don't know what happened there. I also have no fucking clue what it is. I think this might have been me trying to draw some location in real life, but I could not tell you what it was. This is a random creature I tried to design. I've said it before, and I will say it forever, I am not good at creature design. Every time I draw a creature that does not exist, that I'm trying to make up for the first time, it either looks like just like I slapped two animals together, or it looks like a monstrosity. Don't get me wrong, I love this thing, but also I want to kill it with fire. Example A of artwork I started lining and then forgot about. I don't know what's happening on that side. I am not going to be wearing like a full costume, but I am going to be wearing one of my wizard hats when people come by for trick-or-treating. What is this? These are named with Greek gods. But I don't know if this is me making my own versions of Greek gods, or if this is me doing humans of somebody's griffins on glyphs that were named after Greek gods. That is a very confusing statement to make. I think it was me making up my own Greek gods because I do have a peacock next to Aphrodite, and I was very obsessed with the details. I was a Percy Jackson kid. That is true, Cass, but as all the gay kids do, I did read how to I did read the, like, history of dragons or whatever that fucking one book is. It's like pretends to be an actual encyclopedia of dragons. And so I was constantly frustrated that I was drawing dragons incorrectly. And or just not the way that I wanted them to. This is another griffin, but I don't know if it was any in particular. This side, it's really hard to see, was a sketch of something that I later did digitally for an art assignment in high school. Oh, more forest backgrounds. And this side, oh my gosh, I talked about this before when I was talking about my high school art experiences. This is the first sketch of this clay sculpture I made for a competition where I don't remember what the prompt was for it. Dragonology, that's the bitch! I never actually owned the Dragonology book. I was very jealous of it. Yes, 100%. I never owned it, but every time we went to, it wasn't even fucking Barnes and Nobles, it was some older bookstore that was like this giant, like, almost library, it felt like, every time we went in there. And I would always like sprint straight to the back where the kids section was, and I would look through all the like dragonology and fairyology books back there. Because I wouldn't be able to take them home, but I wanted to read them because they were so pretty. But yeah, this was the sketch I had for the sculpture. I ended up not making it as like a full thing because I was like, there's no way I would get this to stand up correctly. So I just did the head. And everyone fucking hated this particular what's it called? Not headshot. It was just like bust. That's the word. I made a bust of just this guy's face. Everyone fucking hated it. It creeped the hell out of my stepmom, and I had to basically hide it in the back of my closet for years. I unfortunately do not still have this incredibly creepy bust of this guy, which I personally thought was very funny that everyone hated, because it was too heavy to go from the move from like southern United States all the way up to northern United States. Otherwise I'd still have that thing. It was a delight. Do I remember what any of this bullshit is? No, I don't. That's more Christian because that was an art assignment where they were like, you have to use a word and you have to draw a picture just using that word. I hated it. It was interesting when other people did it, but I didn't personally enjoy it. This is a common thing where the back of some of my pieces will have random bullshit notes about magic and whatnot. The element system that exists in Abyssian today is something that has existed for a very, very long time and has been refined very slowly over the years. I'm happy where it is now. These are just one-off designs. That's another one-off design. The back of this was like some idea I had with like index cards. I loved drawing on index cards. Where I would have like 30 index cards and then you put them together and it's this big image with all these like little images interspersed throughout it. I really liked that idea and I never finished it. This is the first drawing where I combined my Copic markers and my Prismacolor pencils, and it is one of my favorite drawings of Griffin still. Because of how vibrant it ended up being. Like, I know these aren't very saturated colors, but you have to understand that like half of my Copic markers at the time, actually, I think this is actually Prismacolor markers, not even Copic markers. No, this is Copics because I didn't have that brown Prismacolor. Like, I either had really faint pastel-y, desaturated colors, and then like 4 or 5 really bright, annoying colors, like of really bright blue and stuff like that. And they all blended well, but they weren't vibrant like my Prismacolor markers are and my Prismacolor pencils. And so I had this idea of trying to combine the two to get better shading and whatnot, and it was the best idea I've ever had, and that's how I got into mixed media. Case point number one of my brightest colors is pink. This is actually a character I think I sold on Flight Rising for currency on the site, and I don't regret it. They're a neat design and everything, but I can do better now. This is another design thing where it's just like I creeped everyone out around me with it, with another character in this series, which I thought was very funny. Actually, I think it's in the stack. Hold on, let me find it. They're still one of my characters to this day, but I haven't done much with her and the little demon that freaks everyone else out. Ellie, where are you? I'll find her later. She's in here somewhere. I designed the first one in this series, for, yeah, it's this character here. I designed them for like some graphic thing for one of those art competitions I was in during high school, and everyone hated it. I mean, a couple people thought it was cool because they were the cool kids and they understood that creepy can be cool, but most people didn't like it, and I thought they were annoying for it. This is one of my very few attempts at lineless art, with colored pencils and traditional. I was very scared of lineless art for the longest time, and actually up until the point where I offhandedly complained to my sister in, I think, like, freshman year of high school. I complained to her, I was like, yeah, lineless art looks so hard and scary, and I don't think I can do it. I think I'm really bad at it. And I have this distinct memory of my sister turning at me and being like, stop fucking complaining, just try to do it, practice, you'll get better, you're fine. What's your problem? I'm like, but I can't do it. And then it just like sat in my brain for like 6 months, and then I finally started doing lineless art, and she's just like, I told you so! I love my sister. She's like, out of everyone in my family and whatnot, she's always been like my #1 supporter with art, and I appreciate her a lot for that. I mean, not really. It's hard to see where in the parts that I colored, but I didn't actually erase any of the pencil marks. It was a little more difficult, not because of the colors or anything, but because one of the particular colors I used was the shiny silver pencil, and that shit got everywhere no matter what I did. And I didn't want to risk it going onto any of the other colors that are in the mix here. But it actually wasn't that bad. It was the hardest part of this particular one, but it wasn't particularly hard and specific. This is one of my favorite pieces of lined work that I've done. I might honestly scan it in and redraw it or do something with it. I think... Oh, is this one of the Merlins? Oh no, I think I have to actually explain that on stream now. So, if you're unaware, my username Ambrosia comes from one of my characters. And this particular character is Merlin Ambrosia. And the thing about me as a person is that I really hate thinking about anything that's not my stories. Because it's bad. I have one, like, purpose in life, if anything, and it is to continue writing my stories and putting my stories out there and drawing things for them, etc. And so, like, whenever I go and, like, make a character in a video game, like, if I'm playing Skyrim or something like that, 9 times out of 10, if it's not me going back and, like, specifically making a character to do something, and honestly, 9 times out of 10, even then, I will do this, I will literally just pick one of my existing characters from my giant backlog of over 500 characters that I've made over the course of my lifetime, and I'll just make them in the game, and I'll play the game as them. Because I'm not thinking of a new OC every time I open up a new video game that wants me to put, like, to create my own character. Because if I did that, I wouldn't have 500 characters, I'd have 1,000. I have a bad habit of making more characters that I don't need all of the time. This is a limiter. This is not me just being lazy sometimes. This is a limiter so I don't make even more characters. And the other thing you should know about me and my characters is that I love to put them in situations. And sometimes, like, I have the canon story, and their canon story always puts them through situations, but it doesn't put them through all of the situations. And, like, my favorite thing to read in fanfiction is alternate universes where, like, something is changed irrevocably about the story that puts it on a different path. And so some of my characters, have, like, 5 or 6 different versions of them. Because I keep putting them in situations, and there's one character in particular that's really gotten the brunt of this, to the point that I had so many different versions of this one character that my friends jokingly said I needed a Pokedex for them. Later christened the Merlin Dex, because I have had at least 20 different versions of the character Merlin, and I'm pretty sure this is one of them. And when my egg finally cracked and I realized I was non-binary, I had a really long period of time, I think it was like over a year, just like I could not figure out what name I wanted, because I didn't like my dead name. I never connected it to it particularly well. It was just what people called me. And I had a lot of trouble figuring out what I wanted to be named. And I don't know what epiphany finally hit. Oh, I do remember actually. So again, like when I go and play a game, I'll pick one of my characters, and the game Dapperfolk, which is another pet site game, a la Neopets, Flight Rising, those sorts of things. I was in the beta for it. I donated to the Kickstarter and I got into the beta for it and all that. And because I signed up so early, I got one of I had the opportunity to get a really cool username, so I was like, okay, I'll be my character Merlin on there. And then I realized I really liked people calling me Merlin. And then I realized my obsession with my one character named Merlin is probably because I should just call myself Merlin. So this is before VTubing. This was back in college when this happened, and I finally figured out my name and was like, okay, I'm gonna be Merlin from now on. And I remember having this like very tense, scary moment where I had to call my dad and say, hey dad, can you call me Merlin from now on? And I like having to explain that, yeah, I'm not a girl, I'm non-binary and all that jazz. And then I just remember, yes, I am Merlin the Wizard. You can call me Merlin, you can call me Ambrosia. Ambrosia I will get into later. You will not see Ambrosia in any of these because Ambrosia was a character made specifically for VTubing as a persona. But I'll get into that later when I get into my work sketchbooks, because Ambrosia does show up in those. But I was so scared to tell him that I was like, yeah, I want to be called this from now on. And then he just ended the call, like, before we were saying, like, I love you and goodbye, he's like, I have to tell you, that's the coolest fucking name you could have chosen. I'm so jealous of you. And all of my fears were alleviated after that, because he's such a, he was so cool about it. This is the same dad that had me playing World of Warcraft at 13 though, so like, to be fair, it is a fucking badass name. But yeah, so yeah, this is important to mention though, because of the 24 Merlins, which I wish was an exaggeration, but honestly I lost count after 20. I'm pretty sure this is one of them. I'm pretty sure this one's another one of them. A different one! They're gonna show up a lot. I'll point them out whenever I see them. That's not a Merlin, I don't know who that is, that's some random person, same for that. Yeah! Oh, I forgot to finish my story, which was, so, the current iteration of Merlin, which is now the canon version of it in my storyverse, is named Merlin Ambrosia. So when I went to go make my VTubing persona, and I was trying to think of a name for that, I sat there for a minute, like, what the fuck do I name this character? And then, like, I happened to glance at that character page on Toy House that I made for Merlin Ambrosia, and I was like, oh, I know it would be really fucking funny if So, if you didn't know, my name being Ambrosia is literally just a bit. Because I was like, hey, I stole their name already for my real life name. I might as well steal their other one for my stage name. Sorry, I just knocked out my pencils. That's not even like a joke or exaggeration, that was literally my thought process. That's another griffin. I don't remember... Oh, you were an important character at one point, but I don't remember who you are anymore. That's Sans. That's Bill Cipher. This is definitely around Gravity Falls time. This is just a bunch of puns after Bill Cipher. This is Tad Strange, and if you're unfamiliar with Gravity Falls fandom lore, there was a period in time where, while Gravity Falls was airing, somebody like dug up like the names for like the cast list for like season 2 or something, and there's a character named Tad Strange. And everyone assumed he was another shape demon like Bill Cipher was, so everyone was drawing him as this blue square. And then, God, Alex Hirsch, what a visionary. It turns out Tad Strange was just some side character one-off bit who's like the normalest guy in Gravity Falls, which is fucking incredible. This is, I don't remember what the video is called. This is a Sans boss fight somebody made and put on YouTube, and I thought it was so fucking cool. I had this thing, this is ballpoint pen and white gel pen, and what I would do is I would shade and line something, or I'd line something with like my fancy pen for lining, and then I would shade it with a ballpoint pen, because ballpoint pens are the best for pen shading, and then I would go back over it with white gel pen ink, to get like this really cool layered effect, and I really enjoy it a lot. I do this sometimes still, not very often. This is fan art for the Beginner's Guide, which is it by the same guy who made the Stanley Parable? Something related to the Stanley Parable, but I thought this was a very beautiful game. I loved it a lot. I don't remember who any of these people are. That is my progenitor dragon on Flight Rising. My first dragon. The one that I pick, you know when you log into Flight Rising for the first time and you get to pick the colors of your dragon. That's this one. I turned them into a Nocturne during the first night on the Nocturne, because they were originally a Fae. And then I think I just turned them into a Nocturne. I think they might have gotten turned into something else at some point. I don't remember, but I remember seeing Nocturnes and I was like, oh, that's gotta be it. That's them for forever and ever now. These little cats are more of my persona that I had when I didn't realize I was a furry. I don't remember who this is. I'm fairly certain this is Will from Pandorium. That's more Homestuck on the other side, if you can't see it. That's more furry shit. And this is just like me with all of my characters again, because I do that sometimes. That's Ezreal from League of Legends? Is that how you say his name? I think that's Ezreal. I don't remember his name. That's another Griffin. This is my one and only attempt at anthro furries, and I accidentally drew something on the back of it, so I never finished this, but to be perfectly honest, that's fine. I'm not an anthro furry kind of person. Please do not commission me for your anthro furries. I cannot draw them. This is more Copic marker shit. Oh shit, this has a date on it! This is 2014! I have no fucking clue what that is, but this is Aqua from Kingdom Hearts. We love Aqua in this household. Hey, Miku! Oh my god, I drew Miku! There's a couple Mikus in here. This isn't the only Miku. I don't know where the other ones are, though. That's more furry shit. I have no idea what that is. Teto! I also love Teto. I can be bribed. I can be bribed to draw an anthro, but it will not be good. I need to emphasize, it will not be worth the money you pay me. I know this was one of my goddess characters, but I don't remember which one it was. And this is from... Oh, what the fuck was it called? I only ever remember the main character's name, who was Oz Versilibili, but this is from a manga. I just saw fan art from it just like yesterday too. Why can't I fucking remember? It's the one where like this guy like gets sent through like this weird abyss thing, and then he pops up and like 10 years later and his best friend's old and like, you know, not his best friend, his like servant is like now older and like still subservient for some godforsaken reason, but everyone thinks he's like cursed. I don't remember. There's more bills. That's my humanoid bill. And everyone was designing them. I think the bit for putting like the like most famous version of humanized Bill Cipher into the Book of Bill bullshit was just absolutely fucking hilarious. The picture of the triangle Bill pointing to the guy and saying this is an imposter. Incredible. This is a very early version of... I'm actually gonna pull them up. Let me... I'll call my toy house. Because I have one more book of random bullshit, but of course there's just random things mixed in. And I do, like, if I have that character, like, still exist with an updated character design, I do kind of want to just, like, pull them up and show you guys. So you can see the difference. Let's see. I need window capture. Put it here. And I'm gonna make it smaller. Hang on. This is the current version of this character design, though. I'll put him in the corner. Honestly, like, it's not that hard to get me to do 110%. It just, you have to catch me at the right moment. If you give me the right prompt, and I can't tell you what that prompt would be because it's random every time it happens, but like, I'll just have an epiphany and like, you'll pay me like $30 for something, but you'll get something that's worth like 200. This was a character assignment, an art, a school assignment, I'm pretty sure. I always really liked the idea of alchemy. Probably because Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood was my first anime ever, and thus I am obsessed with alchemy from now on. That's more furry bullshit. This is another attempt at drawing a dragon, which was better, but I hate the wings on it, and I hated the wings on it at the time, and I hated the tail bit too, but I'm okay with the tail bit now. This I think was phoenixes. I had a point in time where instead of drawing phoenixes as like normal birds, I would draw them as either griffins or like some mixture of griffin and peacock, and I'm pretty sure that's what this is. And do not ask me what this is, I don't remember. And that is book number 1 of random bullshit from my sketchbooks. Now I get to go to book number 2 of random bullshit from my sketchbooks. Sorry, these are really heavy actually. There's a lot of shit in them. Okay. Let me just realign this. Oh, I have to look at the other side. I'm pretty sure this is filled with older art for the most part. Let me lower the brightness on my lamp here. bye! I hope you have a good Halloween too! Okay, that's a little bit better. I'm sorry, most of these are really shiny. Maybe if I turn it like this. Yeah, there we go, that's a bit better. Okay. And, oh, this one isn't here! Okay, I thought this one was another one that was missing. I was trying to find all the ones that I posted to DeviantArt. This is another one for somebody on Griff's of one of their original characters. I don't know what this is. This was a one-off, like, background character, I think. I don't remember who they are or what they were about. And I don't remember which character this is. But she was more of a central character, if I remember. Or maybe she was a one-off? I don't know. Oh, there's more steampunk bullshit. I don't remember who this is. And these are one-off characters, these two. I do not remember who that is. And I don't remember who this is either. Is this Kira? It's got wine motifs and brown hair. That might be Kira, honestly. Oh, this is a character from my furry phase. And, oh, random fan art. That is Maka from Soul Eater? Is that her name? I haven't watched Soul Eater in like 3 billion years. Hold on, I'm looking this up. This is gonna bother me if I don't. Yeah, it's Maka! That's Maka. This is Raven and... what's her name? Soulfire! I loved Raven and Soulfire from Teen Titans. I never watched Teen Titans Go. I watched the original Teen Titans. It was my favorite show. So when I was a really young kid, before I moved in with my dad, we didn't have cable or anything. So the main things I watched were things we had on VHS tape. We had the first season of SpongeBob, and not on VHS tape, but we had on DVD the first season of Avatar. And then we had like The Lion King and a few other Disney movies, but I rewatched SpongeBob's first season a lot of times, and I rewatched The Last Airbender, Avatar: The Last Airbender first season a few times. But I know that whenever I needed to be babysat, and I would be shuffled off to my great-grandmother's house, the only thing that you could do there was watch TV and avoid her ankle biter of a chihuahua. Literal ankle biter. I'm afraid of small dogs because of her little ankle biter of a chihuahua. If you have a chihuahua and you train that chihuahua properly and it's a good polite dog, I am a fan of your chihuahua. But overall, I do not like chihuahuas because of hers. It was an actual ankle biter. It had bit me on the ankles a few times. Like, I was not allowed to put my feet on the ground there. Because of this dog who would go after your feet. But I remember I used to just like doodle and stuff a bunch and watch whatever's on TV, and if they were asleep and they let me set the channel, it would either be SpongeBob, Teen Titans, Fairly Odd Parents, and I don't remember the other one. But I loved Teen Titans so much. I think this was my attempt at drawing a wolf or a dog, but it just kind of looks like an elongated cat. This is a phoenix, though. As I said, I put a lot of peacock elements on my phoenixes. That's Peacock! That's another Griff's from Griffin. Another Griffin from Griff's. That's a one-off. I think I was trying to draw Annabelle, but I don't remember. That might have been before we got Annabelle. This is just a random one-off cat. I don't know where that one came from. Another attempt at drawing a dragon. I didn't mind this one, but I felt like I never liked the like front scales on the belly. I felt like that was always bad. That's Bleach fan art, which I did not remember I had in here until I was flipping around in this earlier to check for names and stuff, and I was like, I actually drew Bleach fan art? I don't remember that. And, oh, there it is. This is my accidental fursona. Right next to Miku and Rin. You will see her pop up a bunch. She is the first Luna. I renamed her later. I still actually have her human form as a character named Celine. But I had to rename her because Lady Luna, the god of contracts, now owns the name Luna. And so that is Fullmetal Alchemist. Ow. This is Rue from Hunger Games, and I do not remember drawing Rue from Hunger Games, but I apparently drew Rue from Hunger Games, and I also drew the symbol from Hunger Games, but I don't remember doing it. And of course we've got Ed from Fullmetal Alchemist as well. I don't remember what this was all about. I guess I just wanted to draw a horse that was on fire, and this is again one of my attempts at drawing dragons gone very wrong. Very, very wrong. I don't like this dragon. Oh, this is Vocaloid. That is Rin, but it is specifically Rin from Evilist Chronicles. If you've ever seen, what is it, Princess of Evil? It's the Envy one, or not the Envy one, Pride. She's Pride from the fucking mirrors, I think. Yeah, that's what it is. Lothy lore is so confusing and convoluted. I love it, but it's convoluted. Why are there like 5 different Rins in Lothy lore? I think this is a self-portrait. Oh! Fairy Tail! I know there's another Fairy Tail one in here as well. I loved the Fairy Tail anime originally. Nowadays, I'm kind of meh on it. I mean, it's fine. That's another random griffin. This is somebody's griffin from Griffs, I know that. It has specific traits. There's an... I wonder which character is my favorite from Fullmetal Alchemist. That's a random griffin. And more Fairy Tail. These are different types of... Oh, this is, when they... So kind of like how Flight Rising introduces new species of dragons, Griffs also had a few that it reintroduced. Or, new ones that it introduced, and I was trying to draw different ones, I think. I don't remember if this is an actual griffin or if this was just me fucking around, but this is another one of me attempting to do something lineless with color pencils and being extremely afraid. The reason that the background is incomplete on this was because I finished the bits that I did, and then I was like, I'm too terrified to finish this. I'm gonna leave it as is, and I feel like it's better for that, and I was right. Oh, Return of Dragons that are just snakes with wings. When you can't draw a dragon, you just go back. I don't remember what this is all about. And, ooh, I'm pretty sure this is the earliest, like, part of the earliest planning of one of the cities in Pandorium, the flying city of Seraphs. That's what that's from. I don't remember what the fuck this is. There's, like, 50-50 chance of this being a one-off character I drew for a magical girl thing, and the other 50% being it's fan art of a magical girl thing that I don't remember. Oh, one of my earliest attempts at armor. Armor is my nemesis to this day, but I was even worse at it then. And that's just a random fairy. I don't remember what those are. More furry bullshit. I think I drew this for someone, but I don't remember if I did or not. And that's sort of from King of Prince. That is either a phoenix or a peacock, I could not tell you which. Return of the dragons that are snakes' queens. This is one of my actual glyphs on glyphs. Maybe I think I still have them. Hold on, let me see if I can log in. I should still have her. So my original persona that was just a warrior cats OC was the basis for this particular glyph on glyphs. And then I think they released a new species and they did a little event where you could create a griffin for free. The way glyphs works is a little complicated, and I don't feel like explaining it. It's different from Flight Rising, where you can like breed practically any dragon that you want on Flight Rising, and like the colors will maybe be off a little bit, but it is based around like breeding and stuff like that. But if you want like particular markings for a griffin, it gets really complicated because there's like, you can have every single marking in the game on one singular griffin if you wanted to. So if you want a griffin that has like very few markings, you basically have to pay for them. They're not very expensive or anything, not like any other pets that I've been on. But let me see if I can find things. I can remember how to navigate. Here, I'll actually show this. It's again a very old website. Oh, that's the wrong one. I want this one. There we go. If I remember. Oh, they moved it. That's why. Okay, this used to be over here. They definitely changed all this. I have a lot of glyphs on here. I just have to remember which ones are which. No. Maybe? No. There they are! Yeah, it's this one! I used to have a few items that had like green fire on them, but I removed them later. But I kept the green. We love green in this household. They also do like little adopt things, like how you get them on Flight Rising for dragons a lot. But yeah, let me think. Do I have one that has like a bullshit number of things on it? Maybe you? No, you're fine. I know I've got at least one in here that's got like 20 bazillion markings on them. Maybe? God, I don't fucking remember. I don't log onto this site except every once in a while. Maybe you? No, you're not that either. There's some where like it just keeps going. I mean, that's a bit more, but even still, like that's nothing. Nah, that's just a single marking one. There's a thing where like you'd get like single marking glyphs just for the sake of like breeding particular patterns and stuff like that. It's fun. I enjoyed this site a lot. I'm electing to ignore whatever notifications I have. I don't know what Daishin was talking about, and I don't want to. I don't think I want to know. I know this is one of my oldest ones on here, which is why they get all the fancy things. This crown is another crown that's like really difficult to get. I believe that one you could only get through certain events, so I was very proud of it. This griffin, you cannot see this griffin, I have hidden them, because the point of this is this blue dragon armor. You can get random item bags on the site, and it will give you literally any single item on the site. Any single one. And for some godforsaken reason, I have gotten the same exact piece of blue dragon armor like 3 times out of these random item bags. There are thousands of items on this website. And so this this griffin is the curse. Because I am cursed to always have a piece of this fucking blue dragon armor. Let me think. This was based off of one of my cats that I used to have when I was younger, named Bugsy. I loved him very much. Oh, Di, you missed me showing my old persona. She'll pop up again, don't worry. But you have no fucking clue. You have no idea. Oh, I think Shivia had a bunch of markings. Yeah, there we go. Now you can see, like, just, you can have so many markings, and all of them have their own opacity and hex code. They used hex codes on this site. They didn't use pre-done colors. Which means drawing glyphs on the site is kind of a fucking nightmare. Oh, sorry, that was me looking up Soul Eater Slit. But yeah, backstory on that particular griffin. I love her. My original username when I was on the internet was Nina, but I don't use that anymore. You know, I'm pretty sure we've seen this cat a couple of times. I do not know who they are. I don't know, I don't remember. Hey Furnace, how's it going? This is another attempt at drawing a dragon. I was prouder of the face on this one. I still didn't like the belly scales, and I hate the wings on it. I've always hated the wings on this one. But there's some improvement there. The jaw does not look like it was bred worse than pugs. Oh no, no! I feel you though. My back and legs still hurt. I have been reorganizing my office, and I am out of shape. So I'm in pain as well because I've been moving furniture and shit around the past couple of days. Feeling better. There's more Homestuck. I think this was a commission for somebody on Griffs, but I don't remember. Yeah, there's more Homestuck. Oh, this is the home. Oh. This is all the Homestuck. It came just in time. This is the Homestuck zone. I don't remember who this is. I think this possibly might have been. This could either be a Fanosy of League of Legends or a Fanosy of a Draenei. I think this is Draenei from the tail. I think this is a Draenei. I did not draw them properly, obviously. They don't even have hooves. I think this might have been one of my World of Warcraft characters. But I could not tell you for sure. I really couldn't tell you for sure. I have no idea who that is, and I have no idea who that is. Again, this is the random bullshit. Fuck, there's more Homestuck, right? You think you're free of it, and then it shows up again. This was me just fucking around with some colored pins I had, I think. But I don't remember why I drew that, and I don't remember why I drew that. A very, very tiny old persona in the corner. I have no memory of who these two are. I think this is another self-portrait. I used to have long hair. I used to have hair that went all the way down to my butt. And then I didn't like that, and then I cut it to, like, past my shoulders, and then later I started getting, like, pixie cuts and bob cuts and stuff like that. And now I just shave all of my hair off. And I wear a buzz cut, and frankly, I like the buzz cut best. This is one of my random magical girl stories. I think the inspirations for this one in particular were Puella Magica and Kamikaze Kaito John? I think. You can't see it really well, but this is more Persona bullshit, and I think this is also more Persona bullshit, but it was not specifically my Persona, it was just another cat that I was drawing in that story. I have no idea who this is. Oh, Okay, at the beginning of stream I mentioned this, but I have to bring it fucking up again, because this is the character that was in the picture. I am so pissed off. I am missing some of my sketchbook pages. I don't know how many I'm missing, because I can't remember every single thing I've drawn over the course of my lifetime. But I'm missing at least one in particular, which is my favorite drawing ever. And it's of this character, and it was such a good piece of artwork that my entire family fought over it. No joke, like my extended family, aunts, uncles, grandparents, and my dad and my stepmom all fought to be the person who got to keep that particular picture, and I had to turn to them and I had to say, what the fuck are all of you people talking about? I'm keeping it, because it's my favorite, and it's missing now. Now that I've moved and got, like, it's gone missing from the point that I went to college and then moved down to Texas where I am now. I was just like, when I realized it was missing, I'm like, who stole it? Because it doesn't, like, my artwork I have always kept together in this giant stack of sketchbooks, even before I put them all in all of these scrapbooks. I keep all of my old artwork together because I don't want to lose any of it. So it can't have gone missing on accident, because I have all the rest of my sketchbooks, so one of my family members stole it. And this is the same character that was in that particular one. I have no idea who this is. I think this might be her again, based off the hair, but I could not tell you for sure. This is another dragon attempt. Just of a different type, like a drake or something. These, I think, were me designing demons a la Kingdom Hearts Heartless style. I didn't know about Persona at this point in time, so Kingdom Hearts is my main inspiration for that sort of thing, possibly some Final Fantasy in there, but I don't remember for sure. That's another one with that. This is not my persona, but a character that's like the evil version of my persona. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, I genuinely think that is what happened. Like, I don't think they understood when I said, no, this is one of my favorites too, I want to keep this forever. Like, I think that is literally what their thought process was, because there's no way it got, like, thrown away or something by accident. I will give my family credit in this regard. My entire family has always been very supportive of me being an artist and, like, enjoying this and, like, putting time into it. And, like, all of them would get me, like, my gifts for, like, Christmas and my birthday were always very easy for people to figure out, because all they had to do was get me some random bullshit art supplies. It didn't even have to be the fancy stuff, and I'd be delighted by it. But, like, they were all very supportive of it. So there's no way any of my art has gotten thrown away by accident. Somebody had to have taken that particular drawing, and I'm pissed about it still. And I'll be pissed about it forever. Let's see. I do not remember who this character is. And there's, like, little guys in the corner here, but I also don't remember who they are either. This was a mistake. I was just trying to draw a griffin in, like, a salmon color pink, and then I finished this coloring, and I sat back, and I thought to myself, that looks like flesh. And I don't want it to look like flesh, and then I just went, you know what? I'm gonna work on something else. I said, yeah, no, I'm not. That's enough work on that particular mistake of existence. It's fleshy in a bad way. Cause, like, if I had made this look less, I think it was maybe I was trying to color it like a rat or something. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that tail either. But, like, I just like, I don't know about this one, folks. See, that's a good idea, but this was done with Prismacolor pencils, and, the thing about Prismacolor pencils is if you're like me and you use a lot of pressure with Prismacolor pencils, you can't just, like, layer more things on top unless you use, like, paint. And even then, I'm not sure that would stick very well. This is more furry bullshit, but I don't remember which particular character this was. I think this was some other guy. Cause this isn't Luna Renewal. I don't remember who that is. This is like a water dragon or some bullshit, I think. And I think that's the last of these. This is more Persona stuff. The last thing in here is only in this one in particular because the other albums I have are not big enough to hold all of these together. The gods and deities and goddesses in my stories have gone through a great many iterations. And this is one of those iterations. I think out of these ones and the ones on the back of this page, the only ones that are currently existing characters of mine that are still gods in this regard are Aura, Karkinos, who's getting redesigned again, although I do enjoy this design, Ida Natasu, who's actually Ion now. Aura also needs to get a redesign, but she was fun. And then on the back here, I don't think any of these guys are still... Oh, you guys can't see it. Hang on. Let me just... Whoop. Or here, let me... I don't think any of these guys are currently... But I wanted to find these again, because I wanted to draw some inspiration from them, because I've got some gods and goddesses I still need to redesign and such. Yeah! Listen, a sketchbook is a place for you to be allowed to make mistakes and just fuck around. Like, anyone who is showing you a sketchbook where every single page is like a perfect illustration or like perfect combination of like sketches and illustration is lying to you. That's an art journal, and that's different. Sketchbooks are for fucking around and having fun and exploring and trying new things and just enjoying yourself. I would go to one of the other albums, but this is another packet of possibly random bullshit. I need a fifth one to contain more of my sketchbooks. I ran out of room in the other scrapbooks for this. I was pulling out all the drawings for this, all the books for it. I was like, I feel like I'm missing some. And I was looking around, I was like, maybe I'm missing like a sketchbook or something, and then I looked on like one of my shelves and I found this stack of these and I was like, oh no, I need another one. I forgot. But yeah, these are all also front and back still. I don't remember who these characters are. Are these some early dragons, maybe? Possibly? No, they're one-off bullshit. This was a one-off bullshit character. I remember that. I don't remember who this was. They were one of my favorite characters. I do remember that. That's Karkinos again. This character... I think is Izith now. I want to recycle this design because I do love those colors, as you might guess from my Ambrosia design, but I think this character got recycled into Izith, technically. Because their story role is Izith's now. Izith is not like a major character, they're a side character. This is Izith. This is Izith. They've shown up in a couple Ambrosia animatics, but they probably won't show up in any other ones really, except in the background. Because they're not a major character. That's furry bullshit. This is the proto-Izith again. This is Janice. Oh boy. Oh, I think this next session, so I described this earlier. I organized my sketchbooks in these scrapbooks by the story I was working on, because I don't have dates on anything, pretty much. So this is the best way for me to organize it in like a reasonable manner. Because Let me tell you, my sketchbooks. Occasionally I would like skip pages by accident or something, and I didn't want to waste paper, so I'd go back and it's all out of order. There's no rhyme or reason to my sketchbooks. So chronological is just not an option in any way, shape, or form. But Janus is one of my oldest characters, and he is one of my current characters, and he is a main character in the story of Everfall, my story universe. If you came here knowing about Ambrosia as like the main character in my storyverse, you're wrong. Ambrosia's a side character. They weren't supposed to get a story. Their entire storyline was an accident. A happy accident nonetheless, but an accident. Let's see. There he is. This is Janus's current iteration, which I feel like he needs a redesign again, but I do love the slutty twink look on him, and I might keep it a bit longer, because I do also think it's pretty funny. But he's probably going to be like the main character you see at the moment in these. That's Janus again. I don't remember who this is, but this is Janus. That's Janus again. This, I took a picture of, and then I think I redid this one digitally. I don't remember for sure though. This one I wanted to do that, and I don't think it panned out in the end. This one I did do. This one is on DeviantArt actually as the finished digital piece. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I mean, I did like Photoshop, like photo manipulation in it a little bit, and you know what? I did alright. I did alright with it. For what it is. This I think is his actual like original design sheet that I made when I was doing his design. I wanted like the feeling of almost like a ribcage on the top, but I didn't like complex designs because everything I draw is traditional at the time, and the more complex it is, the more I had to draw it, and the more like layers of colored pencils, like patterns and stuff was just a no-go at the time. But this was like one of the more complex designs that I had done. This is I think this is Karkinos again, actually. I don't remember what this character's name was. Excuse me, but I did like them a lot. But I did also never finish this. I don't remember who that is. This is labeled as Loki, but that is not Loki. This is an early version, so Hephaestus was originally named Quetzalcoatl, and then later, like,
the onboarding process.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I forgot that was a thing. I had it.
Great asset to the company. Great asset to the company.
I really liked Quetzalcoatl's design, but like, this was before I did like a ton of research into like the meanings of gods and goddesses and mythology and stuff, and I liked Quetzalcoatl as a concept of the vague bits and pieces that I was taught in school, which is why I named this character that. But later on I was like, you know what, I did more research. I feel like this is like not a proper use of the name Quetzalcoatl, and we use Greek bullshit for everything. Anyways, so the character has really changed quite a bit since then, but I do like Quetzalcoatl's original design. It'll probably come back at some point. I don't remember who the fuck this is. I remember being very obsessed with this storyline of characters. This is the original Aura and Karkinos designs, I believe. Aura is a character I'm going to be redesigning very soon. Karkinos has gone through a few designs, and I've not liked any of them more than I've liked the original one that I've had for him, but I also don't think this is right for him either. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. He has to be redesigned at some point. This might be Janus, or it might be some other character that I designed very similarly to Janus. I could not tell you. As I said, we use Greeks and Roman shit for everything, Percy Jackson included. I loved all the mythologies. Let's clear the board here. Greek, Roman, Norse, Aztec, Quetzalcoatl, several other ones as well, but I don't remember most of them off the top of my head now. I didn't get into Japanese and Chinese folklore until later. I know more about it now, but, like, if you said the word mythology near me, I would be at your side in, like, 2 seconds asking for more information, because I love myths and gods and goddesses and all that. This is an early version, so I've actually, delightfully, have actually put, new content of this particular character out recently. This is an old version of Cecil, I'm fairly certain. I might be wrong, but Sparks was Cecil's second name. It was one of my shorts animatics that I did. The, Crazy Bitch one, that's it. Let's see, where's Cecil? He's in here somewhere. There he is. Yeah, this character. This is his current iteration. This is his first life on the left, and then on the right was his second one as a robot, and then this is his third one as Odette. Percy Jackson was, like, it wasn't my first awakening of, like, really loving, like, Greek and Roman mythology, but it certainly was one. This is Janice again, for sure. Okay, yeah, the other one was also Janice. It was just in this design. These three... I think this was... So again, I love taking my characters and putting them in situations, and again, I have, like, certain characters that have 5 bazillion different alternate universes of themselves, because one universe is not enough for all the situations a character gets put through for me. I'm fairly certain this is an alternate universe version of Janice after he, like, died or something, and then he got reborn and isekai'd into, like, normal childhood / private school, and then these were his friends. They were one-off characters, I don't remember any details about them, but I'm pretty sure that's what this is from. And I've got another one of him in that particular alternate universe. Ooh, this is another tasty design. This is not Ion's first design, but it is her main design after a certain point. Ion is very notably, alongside Janice, these are 2 characters that I have struggled the most to get the design right for them in something that I actually appreciate. I feel like I have finally hit it for Ion's current design. Janice is still... I'm getting there, but I'm not there yet. So she's always had 2 outfits, one with pants that's her, like, combat outfit, and then her normal outfit, which is a dress. But yeah, Ion is one of my oldest characters. She was originally named Ironitas. Originally, Janice was sort of the force of chaos in the world, and Ion was the force of order in the world. This has since changed. Janice is now the god of the spirit, I believe. Yeah, Janice is spirit, Odin is soul, and Ion is the body. The 3 pieces of what makes people people. I think this guy was a song weaver, but I don't remember anything else about this apparently older version of Nico. But this is not the same as my current version of Nico that I recently designed. Can you chill? Why are you grabbing? What are you doing? Oh goodness. Marjorie is stuck to the back of my chair. Are you okay? Come here. Let go. Oh my gosh, she just scared herself off. Baby girl, come here. You're not in trouble. Stop. I'm gonna cuddle you, brat. She's fine. I don't remember who this was. I think this was a character named Nynx, but the current version of Nynx is a completely different character. Yeah, to my understanding, there's like a cat instinct to like climb things and be up high so that they can like watch for prey and stuff. And that's why cats get like stuck in trees and stuff. They think they have a way back down, but they end up not having a way back down when they get nervous and stuff. It's just cat things. I don't remember who this is. Oh, this is... So, one of the main, like, organizations in my Storyverse is an organization named Folkhunger, which, if you know your Norse lore, is one of the afterlives you can go to. I think Valhalla is Odin's afterlife, and Folkhunger is Freya's afterlife, if I recall correctly. I might have reversed them, though, knowing me. But I'm pretty sure that's correct. And Folkhunger is Ion's world/organization that does all sorts of bullshit across the universe. And they have different roles in there. They have workshop people who are engineers and scientists and all sorts of... If you have to study it, they're in the workshop. And then there's songweavers / magicians and stuff like that. Songweaving is a specific type of magic in my Storyverse. There's pilots who not only like actually pilot like spacecraft and stuff, but they kind of manage any sort of machinery. Like they're the forklift certified people. And then we got your like standard knights and soldiers and stuff, people who just know how to fight, like beat the shit out of other people are the main roles. This was around the time of like I knew what gay people were. I think that's the best way for me to put it. I started shipping my characters. This is Janice. I do not remember who this guy is. He is not who Janice is with these days, but I don't remember who the fuck the rest of these people are. That's more alternate universe bullshit. I don't remember who that is. That's Class of Cold again, but it's alternate universe bullshit. This is song weaving stuff, so something in my Storyverse with magic, with song weaving specifically, is the idea of like words have meanings, and magic is done through understanding and feeling, and words are one of those ways to convey it and communicate it, and that is why stuff works the way it does. But for song weaving specifically, like magic is just cast through like the emotions of the song, and it like a particularly good song weaver can just like off the top of their head just fucking go at it and do it. But like some song weavers need like tools to help them do that, and one of those is this very large magical construct of a stage, which is like a particularly specific thing, but I'm not gonna get into the details of that. That's annoyingly complicated. I went through that. This is a lot of characters. I may or may not remember who all of them are. I know these two are gonna show up later. I don't remember who this is. This is one of the Merlins from the Merlin decks. I told you it would come up again. They're everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. We've gotten to the point where we're back in like my OC bullshit, and I shit you not, there's over 20 Merlins in here. And I'd apologize, but I still think it's funny as hell that I've done this to myself. This is San, who is from Infernium, one of the main characters from that. I'm not sure how many people here were here when I did story time and actually told one of my stories in full on stream. But San is one of my favorite characters and also oldest characters again. Here we go. This is San's current design. He is currently the god of Infernium. He steals the crest of it, the god crown, or whatever you want to call it, from the previous owner, and becomes the new god of it to save it from destruction. Kingdom Hearts cover. Hey, Kingdom Hearts has always been one of my major phases. I'm still into Kingdom Hearts. I'm waiting for fucking Missing Link. Where is Missing Link? Square Enix, give me Missing Link, please! I need to know the Marluxia lore. I need to know where the fuck Demyx comes from. Who is his somebody? Please tell me. It's very important. That man haunts my dreams. I hear Dance Water Dance in the darkest of times. Please. This is a sketched version of a piece of art you will see later. I sketched this once and I was like, oh goddamn, that's cool as fuck. I want to do it again, but like bigger and more fanciful. And then I did it and I succeeded so good and I'm so fucking proud of it. I don't remember what that is. This is... oh, there's Tiny Sands. I didn't even notice the Tiny Sands. Again, the whole, like, Gravity Falls, like, fandom lore of Tad Strange. At the time, though, we created Tad Strange as a part of the Gravity Falls fandom, but then people started making, like, Shape Demon OCs. This was mine. I don't remember what their name was. I do love them. I don't know why I cursed myself with that particular color palette, but I think it works for them, specifically. This is a one-off Magical Girl and her evil variant, which is probably Pretty Cure inspired, if I had to guess. Knowing myself, probably, almost certainly. This is Inktober from 2015. Let's see if I remember any of these people. This looks like Pandorian. This is a one-off, random one-off witch. I don't know where the rest of the Inktober went. I know there's a couple more pages of it in here somewhere. I don't know if it's in here or it's in somewhere else. I think it's with the rest of the Pandorium art that I did, because a lot of this Inktober was done during my Pandorium phase. Oh, I don't remember who this was. I think this was maybe Ericus? Maybe it's a one-off demon. This is Over the Garden Wall fan art that I never finished. But I do like the little things on the creepy dude. And the lantern, I feel like I did very well, but I never finished it. I don't know who that is. That's very incomplete. Oh, this is, Chinese magic notes. Oh, this would have been during high school then. Because I actually, like, wrote the characters correctly. That had been at least like sophomore year of high school. I think this is incomplete and I hated it. I think this is Neku from The World Ends With You. The outfit looks like Neku. But I never finished it, so I couldn't tell you for sure. I think are these some of my dragon characters in their human font? I think it is. Based off the wings. It's either that or it's angel characters. Oh no, these are angels, because they don't have horns. My dragons always have horns. I don't remember who the fuck these people are. Running theme. This is version 4 of me attempting to make a persona for myself before I think actually at this point I knew what personas were, and I was just leaning into it. And this is a mixture of a cat and a bat, and I was like, you know, this is kind of cool, but it's not me, you know? That's Aura, again, but I didn't really like this one. So this is the problem with graphite and colored pencils, is if you shade with the graphite underneath the colored pencils, it kind of dulls everything and makes it kind of gross looking, especially if you're using bright colors like pink and yellow and orange. So this was my one and only attempt at doing Prismacolors over only graphite. This is a one-off design. I know this is a one-off design slash character that I drew, and I think I was cooking, and I'm going to steal this, and I'm going to remake this character into something new. Look for them later. Oh, that's who the no. Yeah, one of the characters I saw earlier that I couldn't remember who the fuck she was. I don't remember these names. I remember being obsessed with these two particular characters, these two at the bottom. I don't remember anything else about them. I think the only thing I remember is shipping them. I know they had a story. They had like a detailed, delightful story. I could not tell you what it was. That's not Janice, that's somebody else, but I don't know who it is. Is it stealing if it's your art? It's stealing from my past self. See, here's this guy again. I was obsessed with him, but I don't remember why. I still have this character design, but I think it's just named Heck right now in Toy House because I don't remember who the fuck this guy is. Let me go look. I think he's in like my work in progress folder and he's just named Heck because I don't remember. But I refuse to like trade the design away because it's a good design. Oh no, where did I put him? He's gone. No! Where did he go? I loved you. No, this was one of my characters. I know that for a fact. Oh my god, where did I put him? There he is. Yeah, he's just named Heck. I don't remember who this man is supposed to be. I really don't. I think he was a remnant at one point, and later I know he was one of Ion's phoenixes because that's what the wings are all about. But I don't remember fucking anything else about him. Maybe he was a god? Maybe he was a crested god? Because he has a crest, a world crest. That's what the Halo thing is. But fuck if I know. Oh, this is from those creepy demons from earlier. I don't remember who that is. Sorry, I kind of I don't know if any of you guys know enough about Flight Rising to guess who these two characters are. This is the Arcanist and the Wind Singer from Flight Rising in human form. And I remember, I'm fairly sad, I was not the person who was just like, yeah, I'm gonna ship these two together. I know there was people who were shipping them, so I drew them. Oh, this is more Chinese. This had to have been sophomore year of high school. Because I can actually write Chinese. I don't remember who that is though. Belphegor! This is my creepy character from earlier, and I hope the big nice art that I did of them is in here, because I don't remember where I put it. I don't remember who this is. And this is not detailed enough to tell me who the hell it is. Oh, these are Griff's. These are Griff's NPCs. I only know that because the name's labeled at the bottom. I think this is Karkinos again. It might be somebody else. I don't really know for sure. This is a one-off design that I don't remember much about. I do not remember this either. Who the fuck are you? God, I don't remember. This is Ion. At some point I wanted to give her like a giant mech form for her god form. It didn't stick because I can't draw mechs. This is a world design. You can see the Homestuck in here from There's some CrossFit, the Chained Moons. These are early versions actually of Abyssian glyphs, by the way. There it is! There's Belphegor, my wonderful little paper demon. I love this guy so much. He's supposed to be like a sloth demon, but I mean the sloth kind of went away with the paper. I just think he's cool. I think he's a cool guy. He looks cool, but when I designed him for this thing for an art contest for high school. Everyone around me was just like, that's the creepiest fucking thing I've ever seen. Why did you draw that? And then I'd smile and be like, but I love him. This... I don't remember what this is. It's some environment design that didn't pan out. See, here's the guy again! I don't remember what the fuck you were doing! Who are you? Is Daishima still here? Because the comment about Sharpies made me think of pictures like this. This was done on white paper. But I had this like giant chunker of a Sharpie, and whenever I wanted to have a black background, I just could cover the entire thing, and then the stars are white gel pen. Yeah, he's made out of paper. I love him. This is Belphegor. He's still one of my characters. I don't draw him and his friend too much. But yeah, here's the other guy. Fuck if I know who these people are. This is Aura again. She really needs a redesign, but I'm keeping the pink pigtails because they're good. They're very good. This is Janice again, and that, excuse me, alternate universe I mentioned. Don't remember much about it. What is this? Oh, I think this was me trying to design items for Griffs. They had contests sometimes, and I really wanted to win a contest. This looks like random bullshit that didn't pan out because I scratched out all of it. You can't see it very well, but there's like scratches of the pencil like scribbling across all over this one. Who are you? You look like Thantos with those eye bags, but I wouldn't be able to tell you. Ooh, I know who this is. So Hyperion is like the god of magic before I had Astra. This is Hyperion. I'm fairly certain. And this is a one-off fairy that I was just playing around with my ballpoint pen / white gel pen. Whatchamacallit again. And that is all there. I'm gonna steal this design from my past self. I've been meaning to. She's just a one-off design, but I don't know, she fucks. I love her. This is some goddess, but I don't remember who. Part of the forgetfulness is just, like, some of this is dated back 2015, 2014, earlier than that. So I don't remember what was going through my head at the time. But the other part of it is, like, all of my stories are set in the same storyverse, and they have been since the very, very, very beginning. Every single story is in this universe. So when I write things and then I rewrite things and I rewrite them again and again and again, the original versions of those things, I'll remember kind of like where they are if I've drawn them, but I don't remember anything about them. So that's the problem with these, is just like I know vaguely some of the connections to like more modern bits of my art, but I don't know enough about the details. So this one's labeled 2. Let's get the one labeled 1. So this is the first. This was the very first album that I started putting together. I did them all at the same time. I got 2 of these scrapbook albums, and I was like, surely that will be enough for at least a good chunk of these, and then I realized I would need at least 3 more because I have so much art. Okay, so I haven't told much about this story, but again, these ones are actually organized by story now. So the first story that I wrote that I wanted to turn into a video game, and I'm still like almost insistent that it be the first full video game I make that has like a full story and stuff from my current story backlog of stories that I'd like to turn into video games. This one is from Elysium. It's called, or at least it was originally called Her Name is Juliet, and it is about time travel and specifically a Groundhog Day-esque time loop. The main characters are Eris and Juliet. And this is one of my all-time favorite drawings that I've done traditionally. And I redrew it later, digitally. I don't know, did I upload it to Toy House? Might have. Let's see. If it's not uploaded to Toy House, I think I can go find it. That's not uploaded. Oh, it is. And I love the digital version I did of this too, but genuinely, like, the anatomy and all of that is still off on this, but like, it's just good. This was just a good drawing that I did. And yeah, this is the redraw of Eris's current design. Let's see. Here we go. This is Eris. I love him. Or them, sorry. The pronouns changed with mine. They're originally a guy, and you'll see the original designs in here and stuff. This is Juliet. Let me put Juliet as well. Juliet is another character that's gone through like a bazillion designs. I have to probably put a clarification here. She started white, and then I think for a very short stint she was gonna be Asian, probably Korean. She's now black. She's gone through a few designs. She's another one of those characters where like I would draw her and I'd be like, no, this isn't right, and I don't know why. And it kept happening, and then I stumbled into this design that you see now digitally, and I was like, this is Juliet. This is her, finally. But she was another design that I very much struggled with. Eris, hilariously, this was Eris. And then the role that Eris was playing in this story split in two, and then I have a new character named Elaine now. And old Eris is now current Elaine. Don't ask me how it happened. It did though. So this is Elaine and Juliet. Technically Eris and Juliet. This is very, very old Juliet drawings. Oh my goodness. And oh, I think she had another name at one point, but she's Juliet now. I think this next one, this is the start of Infernium. So Infernium's story does not start with Infernium, it starts with another world, which was the first world of dragons in my storyverse. And this world tragically got destroyed completely, utterly to the ground, to ruin. And it did not have a crested god at the time, so it couldn't, like, there was no defense for it. It just got obliterated by remnants. And the only survivor of it is the girl who later becomes Infernium's goddess, but she does not want to be Infernium's goddess. It's a very depressing, tragic thing. But it's important to note this because I think the dragon drawings of those characters are interspersed with the ones of San, who was my #1 obsession with Infernium before I finished actually writing Infernium. I don't remember what this guy's name was, but I remember he was a very metallic dragon who controlled metal like Toph. Oh, there's more Juliet! Oh, this is why I put them together, because I had some Eris drawings, and Juliet. Juliet was blue at one point. I feel okay. I don't want to get too into it because I know like kinning is like a very controversial topic for especially people who kin. I feel like if anyone told me they kinned one of my characters, I would want to murder them. But also at the same time, like, I understand that feeling of like just like these characters feel real to an extent, and it feels more like they're telling me their story and I'm just writing it down rather than me actually writing the story purposefully at points in time. I am writing a story purposefully. I am taking bits and pieces from my own life and my feelings and experiences and putting them into stories and characters and stuff. But it does feel sometimes where it's just like, like, I'm trying to tell that story, and then something about that character or that location, or event or whatever that I'm writing, like, I have to step back and go, no, this isn't right, I'm not doing it right, and then I change it to something completely different. It's like, yes, this is what happens there. Even if it makes no fucking sense whatsoever. It's hard to describe the feeling of being a writer. But yeah, so this is early version of Eris. This is another early version of Juliet. For some godforsaken, I was like, wait, they're not alien enough. Juliet, the characters from Her Name is Juliet are an alien species called Vespertillions, which are a humanoid race that evolved from dragons at one point in time. And there were like dragons that evolved into lizards that evolved into people, type of thing. And that's why they've got like scales and weird ears. They actually used to have tails, but I got really annoyed with drawing their tails. So I just stopped drawing their tails. So they no longer have tails. And this is San. This is my, before the idea of Blorbos was like mainstream, San was one of my Blorbos, and I drew him all the fucking time. You can see him more here. I don't remember who this lady in purple is. This is Ion again. This is San. This is some random one-off wizard that I just really liked their design. I do not remember who the fuck this was. I think this character was one... So I've mentioned that I hate Sword Art Online a few times. Like, the thing that I particularly hate about Sword Art Online is that it has a good premise. I fucking adore the premise of Sword Art Online. And then everything else about it is god-awful. So I've got a couple of stories interspersed here and there where it's just like some like online video game that it's virtual reality. I'm pretty sure this character was from one of those. This is the same character from the piece of artwork that I drew that got stolen. Again, I really loved her design as well. I think I'll bring her back. Her story isn't like one that exists anymore, but I loved her. She was great. This, I think, was some sort of like android robot a la Ein from Sketchbook Tour? Probably. This is another dragon from the world that was before Infernium. I was really into fairy tale at the time, and I don't know how obvious it is, but this guy was just like evil Natsu Dragoneel originally until he evolved into his own character. He was his own character, he was my OC, but I literally just took Natsu Dragoneel and turned him into my own character. He's gonna get a redesign and a like full refurbish at some point probably. So he's no longer just Natsu Dragoneel. I wish I could say I was joking. God, what a fucking mood. I believe it. That sounds right. They're all blonde and Super Saiyan, aren't they? This is another dragon that I started drawing and then I thought I hated it and I stopped. But honestly, those wings kind of fuck. I like those wings. This is Infernium's previous god, and then the guy that's just Natsu Dragoneel in goth colors again. And San, here he is. So, before the current iteration of the Infernium story, a lot of Infernium's story was focused more around San specifically. I feel like the current iteration of Infernium is kind of all over the place, because like there's a focus on San, but there's also a focus on his kids. And really the focus should be on his kids, but San has so much fucking backstory, and he is kind of the protagonist because he's the guy that becomes the god in the end. It's just kind of all over the place. But there is a focus on San's like backstory before he gets married and has his kids and they grow up and stuff. And he was like, I think at one point he was an assassin. He's mainly just a spy in the current iteration, but he probably killed a couple people. Who fucking knows? Originally his species had tails though, which is why he's got one here, but they don't have tails anymore. They just have wings. Yeah, this was the original design that I had for the lady that is Infernium's goddess. I wanted her to be like bundled up a little bit more. She's always supposed to be like kind of childlike, because she's supposed to look like about like 19 or so. But yeah, so this is another one of those characters in one of the random virtual reality game stories. I didn't do much with him. I just liked his design, but I have to admit his design is more furry bullshit. I don't remember who this character is. I'm pretty sure he's a remnant. Oh, for people who are not familiar, in my story, remnants are kind of like the story equivalent of demons. It means something different in Storyverse, but explaining things is difficult. And demons are a pretty solid equivalent of them, so that's why I refer to them as such. This is Son again. He's such a funky little guy. He's so serious now. He used to be like such a jokester of a character, like he was just like comedy relief, and now I've made him into a serious character, and I'm kind of sad because I did love drawing him as just a little guy. Again, he was very blurboified. I have no idea what's going on this side. This is more of those dragons. This is more San. This is the goddess character in both of her forms, but it's very hard to see, I know, I'm aware. This is more dragon stuff. I'm missing one of my dragons. Oh, is she a dragon? Oh my god, that makes so much more sense. I forgot she was a dragon. I had like Metal Dude, Earth Guy, not a dragon, else he was fire, and then the other lady, the goddess lady, she was air. I like giving all of my characters elements. And I think this was actually one of the very first drawings of San. And I think this next bit is Pandorium, actually. Let me double check. Yeah, this is Pandorium. So Pandorium's complicated. Pandorium had eras of its own. Notably because I was starting to learn more about games. I was starting to get interested in game design as an idea of like a career. And Pandorium very originally, was kind of themed and like, if I could make any game ever, I would want to make an MMO, because I really liked World of Warcraft, and nowadays I play a lot of Guild Wars. Guild Wars 2, sorry. But I recall that originally Pandorium was like some idea around that. And then, don't ask me how, I confuse myself whenever I think about it. I'm the person who wrote it. It also had an era where like some characters from Pandorium get isekai'd into like some equivalent of Earth, and then they play a game there in virtual reality that is Pandorium, and then through this game they retrieve their memories of Pandorium and then they return to Pandorium. I was inventing reverse isekais before I even knew the word isekai existed. And then we have actual Pandorium story, which is centered around Will and Finn, and Alon and Pandora herself. But these were early versions of the species on Pandorium, which are now also just the species across the entirety of my story. This is the Seraph, which were originally Airy, apparently. This is Drakon. I think I was deciding between Phoenix Wings and Dragon Wings, or I had some other bullshit idea. This was supposed to be like some sort of water sprite, I think. Like water pixie. But they did not end up sticking around. Oh, right. Drakon were something different. don't remember what they were. Maybe this was some sort of gin something. I don't know. This is part of the Sky City for Seraphs. These were elves. Of course, very straightforward. This was random harpy. I know it had to deal, like it was with this early version of Pandorium, but I don't remember exactly why. I just wanted to draw harpy, probably. these are these are from the reverse isekais. His name when he's on Earth is Quinn, but his Pandorium name is Ember. Or not Ember, Emerald. I don't think I ever gave her official names. I don't recall her names, but Emerald was a seraph from Pandorium, and she was an elf. There's a couple more of these guys, and I don't remember where they are. I don't remember who these two are. This was a random one-off character, just thinking about the Fire Races designs. This, I think, is another Merlin. They were supposed to be some like random like side character that was also playing the video game. I think they were another Merlin elf. I'm like 99% certain their character name was Merlin. Oh yep, that's another Merlin. You can't read it, but this is Merlin right there. These were other characters. Oh, if I recall correctly, so Quinn's character, so like part of the lore of it, of the isekai thing was like, he originally had a different species than the Seraph species as his character, but he's like really fucking good at the game. And then like somebody like says something or other about like being able to sync well with the game. He's like, what are you talking about? And then later he turns his character into a seraph again. He's like, oh wow, the game's a lot easier now. And he's already like top player in this game, and everyone's just like, what the fuck is this bullshit? I have fun with that character. He's the equivalent of Kirito, but he's more fun than Kirito. No, you don't understand. There's so many Merlins, and not all of them are actually named Merlin. like this character, I don't remember what their name is. Their name was not Merlin, but they were a Merlin. This character is from one of the Ages of Pandorium. So for people not in my Discord, I do drop like little bits and pieces of lore in there occasionally, especially with me working on the Abyssian con language that I'm working on for my stories. And I was talking about doing this sketchbook tour recently, and I put some pictures of a couple of characters that I drew for Pandorium, and one of them is holding a bow, and I'll actually pull it up right now, 1 second. And everyone really liked the bow, and I was like, oh, I can get you the lore for that. Pandorium's one of my most fleshed out stories. Not because I've actually written anything about it, just because there's so much fucking shit I put in Pandorium. This character, this is Finn. I love her, I adore her. And everyone really liked her bow. But one of the pieces of Pandorium is, Pandora is the goddess of chaos. And she is very well known as a goddess of being incredibly fucking destructive. And Pandorium as a world is a world meant to contain her bullshittery. Like, to prevent her from like just like tearing the universe apart constantly. They're just like, you see this world? You can do whatever the fuck you want on here. Stop bothering the rest of us, essentially. And so, with that happening, she has this really terrible habit of letting a whole civilization build and like progress and invent and do all these wonderful things, and then when she gets bored with it, she razes it to the ground. And then she lets it start again until they bore her again. And it just keeps repeating. In one of those earlier eras of, before the actual Pandorium story starts, this is a character from one of those eras. They were a dancer and a singer, if I recall correctly. These are random characters from the one of the magical like institutes there. And this is more of that Inktober stuff. Yeah, this is because this is Quinn's game avatar again, and I think this is an early version of Emerald, possibly. The colors are all wrong because this is Inktober and I was challenging myself. This is Will. Will again. I think I redesigned Will on stream like a really long time ago. But a fun fact about Will is that Will was designed to match with this other character named Elan. This is Elan. He's the current god of Pandorium after Pandora kind of vanished a little bit. But the problem with Will's original design, this is Will's original design, it was a little too close to Elan's design. But they were meant to look like part of the story of Pandorium is that Elan is looking for a successor for the crest of Pandorium to take over being the deity of the place, and part of the reason, and like Will is the main character of it, is Elan has chosen them to be the next Pandorium god, and part of his reasoning is just like, you're just so much like me, like they look like brothers almost type of thing, and they have very similar personalities. But I ended up changing Will's design quite a bit just because it was too on the nose for one, for them to look almost exactly alike, and it was too easy to mix them up, in my opinion. Like, if you showed me two pictures of them, like all of these pictures, I would be able to tell you if it's Elan or if it's Will, but I don't think anyone else would be able to. And I thought that was a problem, so I went back and I redid them. I think this might be Will again. Will is a seraph who is possessed by a remnant at the time the story begins, which is why he starts with horns and elf ears, and then later he gets seraph wing ears. I think this is possibly supposed to be Malik's land, but who fucking knows. That is, Will again. This is a pair of dragons. This is Kevin, I'm pretty sure. Don't ask me why his name is Kevin. I need to rename him, but like the name Kevin came to me in like a moment of weakness, and I thought it was so funny to name this character Kevin, and I kept it for a really long time. I need to think of a new name, but Kevin's just such a good name, you know? Kevin is half Drakon and half Seraph, which is a problem because in Pandorium, the Seraphs and the Drakon fucking hate each other, and they start wars about that all the time. But Kevin's just such a cool dude. Here's Kevin again. You'll see like a lot of like pages like this page on the left though, of me planning things out, because Pandorium as a story was also the what's the word? It was the theme of my AP art portfolio, my high school art portfolio. We had 12 pieces that were a theme slash motif, they were supposed to be a collection together, and that was my theme portfolio, which was all Pandorian pieces, and then the other 12 pieces were just like a showcase of like various skills and stuff, so I had all sorts of random bullshit in there. This was actually colored with highlighters. There was a point in time where I was really obsessed with highlighters because, again, I love my Copic markers. I love them a lot, but I did not have bright colors, and I really wanted bright colors, and I could get those with highlighters, and I couldn't get them with Copic markers. I can get them now with my Copic markers. That's Merlin. That's another Merlin. That's another fucking Merlin. I'm haunted by them at this point. This is Merlin. This other guy was like a childhood friend or something that later they start dating. Who fucking knows? That's the same Merlin again. Before anyone asks. And then this is me trying to practice different various face angles with Will. There there's Kevin. I love Kevin. Kevin just has a fun design, okay? You put the dragon wings and the seraph wings, or dragon wings, the dragon horns and the seraph wings together, and it just looks good. I don't know why. These characters are from Alon's side of things. Before he was a god, when Pandora was recruiting him to be the god of Pandoria. Sorry, goddess. His title is goddess, actually. So this is Alon when he is still a mortal on Pandora, and his story is really fun and interesting in that he is a remnant. He's a natural born remnant. He was born as one. Remnants are in universe. So in universe, I have to explain soul bullshit. Hold on. Sorry for the long-winded explanation. Souls in my storyverse are one of three pieces of what makes a sentient being. You have your soul, which is it is you. It is your existence. It is what makes people sentient. Then you have your body, which is your physical form, the thing that people can touch and see and interact with. And then the connection between the two is your spirit. It is your mind. It is your thoughts. It is your consciousness. If your soul is your subconsciousness, your spirit is your actual consciousness. And remnants are a form of corrupted souls. In lore, it's not certain who is the creator originally of remnants. It's suspected to be Pandora because she is the goddess of chaos, and remnants by nature are... If elves are the epitome of earth, and dragons are the epitome of fire when it comes to species, remnants are the epitome of chaos. And there are not a lot of natural born remnants, but Alon is one of them, and he is not like people who found out he was a remnant as like a child and stuff. Like people did not like that. They called him a name, they called him all sorts of things. So when he grew up, he decides to be a pacifist and a very peaceful person and meditative and kind of an equivalent of a monk in some ways and shape or form. But he also, at one point in time, hides his identity as a remnant and pretends to be a nature spirit. So you'll see him with a lot of flowers and leaves. One of his earlier designs had a lot of leaves in his hair, and it kind of ended up looking like a Native American headdress? Yeah, that's the word. So I've changed that since then. He just has this headband with the flowers and the tassels and stuff now. But you'll see it. I think there's a couple pieces of that. And these are his partners for part of Pandoria's lore is that there are these 6 artifacts called the Marks of Disaster that are Pandora's only boons that she gives to her world. And these are the people that wielded them alongside Alon before he became a god. There's Kevin again. And again. I really like Kevin, okay? Marjorie! Young lady! She's fine, she just knocked something over. You can really tell when I've got really obsessed with one particular character because I just keep drawing them over and over again. Kevin does not have any lore other than the fact that he is a halfling and people do not like that about him. He's a side character, true to the name of side character, but he's such a good design. These are more of Pandora. These are Drakon. I think these are all Drakon characters. Yeah, this was like a study of just various Drakon characters. This was some of my planning for one of my pieces for my portfolio. You can see the actual thumbnail for it right here. I don't know if I have it, if I have the digital form of this somewhere. I'll have to look for it, but this was one of the current wielders of the Marks of Disaster Casper pulling the Sword of Themis out, I believe. The story for that has since changed. I will not be able to make any sense of these notes, but this is Will in his remnant form, I believe. Yeah, that's Will in his remnant form. These are more Drakon characters. That's one of the academics again. This is just me having fun with planets. This is not Naminé from Kingdom Hearts, but I know for a fact that this one-off character design was inspired by Naminé from Kingdom Hearts. Oh, these are all my thumbnails for my pieces. I didn't end up using all of these, I don't think, but these were a lot of my ideas that I had. These characters on the other side were from a one-off story. I didn't have anything really in mind for this. I just wanted to create characters off of colors, and I don't know if I have any more of them in here. But it just happens to be on the back of more Pandorium stuff. These are Emerald's brothers. They're the current princes of the Seraph Kingdom. Seraphs live for a fucking long ass time. And you can see one of Alon's older designs where he has this headdress it looked way too close to a Native American headdress. I had to change it. These two characters currently exist as well. Let me pull them up. We have Canis, who's an Animalkin, an Animalia, whatever you want to call it, and Chameleon, who is an elf. And I think Chameleon's design is really funny, but I'm going to show Canis's off first. He is the oldest of... he's not actually the oldest. Appearance-wise, he's the oldest of the characters in Will's crew for the Marks of Disaster. He's a cool guy. He unfortunately has his heart broken very traumatically before the story begins, and he has to work through that, but he's a fun guy. I need to design his ex-girlfriend. His ex-girlfriend was not a good character. Pandorium! I realized this the other day, but Pandorium has like this epidemic of like all of my nasty, toxic girl boss, gaslight girl boss characters. That's where all of them went for some reason. And I don't know why. I'm here for it. I love Pandorium's story, and I love all of these very, very horrible women. I support their wrongs. But it is just filled with it. And his ex-girlfriend, who's I think actually technically dead by the time the story begins, Pearl, is like the epitome of just like terrible people. On the flip side of it, we have Chameleon. It's not her actual name, it's her code name. She doesn't reveal her code name. And I think her design is really funny. Not because it, like, appearance-wise is really funny. This is her original design when she was a guy. And I needed to redesign her. There was something off about this design, and I couldn't figure out what it was. And then at some point I was like, what if they just make her a girl? I was like, that sounds right. I'm gonna make her a girl. And then I redrew her with the exact same fucking design minus a couple details. Literally did not change a thing. And I went, yeah, that's right. I shit you not. The only thing I did was trans or gender, not even appearance-wise. I was like, yeah, no. Yeah, she's a girl. That's correct. This is all correct now. I love her so much. It makes me laugh a bunch. Anyways, we got Kevin again. This is one of my few full piece illustrations. I drew the whole goddamn thing. It's really faint, but like even the clouds in the background and stuff. This is all Copic markers if I recall correctly. I had a lot of fun with that. This is another random Drakon dude. I don't know who the fuck he is. This is... I'm pretty sure... yeah, that's Will again. I was playing around with colors and also trying to draw realistically, and there's a reason I don't draw realistically. And this is probably the epitome of why I do not draw noses realistically, and I use my funky little style instead. These characters on the other page are more of the people from the isekai world thing. I think this is my second iteration of designing Emerald's elf character. And then this cat character, she's actually an admin if I recall correctly, and she is using the game to find the people who have isekai from Pandorium to this world, to get them back, if I recall her lore correctly. And this is one of Emerald's game partners, who's also from an isekai person from Pandorium, and he was Recon. These are more side characters, I believe. I think this was Emerald's main partner on the side. I don't remember who this other person is, but I recall he's a side character. She was like his fellow protagonist, and this is Emerald with his actual Seraph character instead. Yeah, this too is also Emerald. This, I think, is actually another Janice, but don't quote me on that. But the hairstyle makes me think that's Janice. Yeah, there's a lot of Quinn and Emerald in here. This is another creature design. I actually really like this creature design. I feel like it needs just a little bit of work. I might come back to it. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, again, Pandorium is one of my most fleshed out worlds, just because I put so much effort into it for AP Art portfolio. But I recall, so the timeline of Pandorium is all of Pandora's bullshit, and then Alon becomes the god of Pandorium. She passes on the torch. And while Alon is looking for the person he will pass the godhood to, because he was just like, I don't want this. I'll do it, but I don't like it. Then we have Quinn / Emerald, who's doing all of his bullshit. He's like a renowned hero on Pandorium before he isekais, and comes back. But during the age that Alon is a god, a lot of history is forgotten every time there's like a big apocalyptic event that Pandora causes. And whenever, like, when godhood was exchanged, there was a big one that wiped out a bunch of history. And one of those things was the Seraph and the Drakon are like in this unending war, like constantly fighting each other, whittling down the numbers, and the Seraph are losing badly. And during this apocalyptic event and the godhood changing hands and whatnot, and a lot of history books and such are getting burned, so like a lot of knowledge is getting lost. The Seraphim decide to just disappear. They weren't originally in just only the floating city that they have now. They had like a lot of settlements and stuff, but they just decided instead to, because they were losing this war so badly, like they were gonna go extinct if it kept going, they gathered up like all of their people onto the floating city, and it used to be chained to the ground, so like it wasn't moving across the world, but they broke the chains and then they casted this huge spell across the entirety of Pandorium to make Pandorium forget about them. And so the Seraph became like this just like cryptid species that doesn't exist. And things were okay for a time, but like if you're a species that's like designed to fly, to be a part of the air, and like sure you're floating up in the air all the time because you're a city, but it's a very small city, it's not huge, and you're kind of like a species meant to migrate around and explore and stuff. People go a little stir crazy, and to kind of escape it, like to escape this city, they would literally jump off the edge. The Seraphim at one point had wings and they could fly, but they lost those wings before this point. But because I don't know, I didn't have any specific reason why they would survive this fall, but they would always survive this fall, and they would land on the surface of Pandorium, but because they are no longer in the protection of the city, they would lose their memories of being a seraph, so they wouldn't even know what they are. And so they were just called the Fallen, because people have seen, like, seraphim fall from the sky and whatnot. And this is, Emerald, before he's a hero, before he got his kite and all that, he had fallen from the city and landed on Pandorium. That's what that scene is. That's where he landed. There's another Elan design. This is the original design for Pandora's Star, the staff that Will has. This is also a little tiny Will. And this is Finn's old design. This is a cult that Canis and Chameleon infiltrated. This is an old Chameleon design. I think I actually sold this character design in the back there. This is very old Finn design and very old Bow of Eris design. I do like that design for the Bow of Eris, but it doesn't fit what the Bow of Eris is supposed to be. This is Malik. Malik's a fun character. He is animalkin, but he is a manticore for his animal side because his ancestors, had weird tastes. So a bunch of animals mixed together and then it became a manticore. Yeah, like, it's like this, like, urban legend of, like, yeah, people fall from the sky sometimes, and they don't know who they are or anything. But, like, it becomes less of an urban legend and more of just, like, a thing that happens, because it just keeps happening, and people are like, what the fuck? And because the floating city is not changed to any particular location, it's moving across the sky and the entirety of the planet, so, like, people are falling everywhere. There's no rhyme or reason for when they fall. So, it becomes kind of this wild thing that's happening. Eventually, as a part of Emerald's, like, heroic adventure across the world and regaining his memories and stuff, he actually does reintroduce the Seraph to the rest of the world, and they do rechain their root city back down, and they become, like, back in the world. They still fucking hate the Drakon. The Drakon don't remember them, but they, like, the Seraph come back and they're just like, no, we don't like you. And they're like, hey, what the fuck have we done to you? We didn't even know who you were yesterday. And the Seraphim were like, So they kind of, like, shot themselves in the foot in that regards. But yeah, so this is Malik, and this is Malik's current design. I colored this particular I know it was this particular picture. I colored it with yellow and pink, and I was like, I would really hope this works out, and then, like, it became just, like, the perfect combination of colors that I've ever done before in my life up to this point, and I was like, holy shit, that's staying forever. This is, like, just part of his design. This is an early version of Casper. Casper was originally going to be a girl character who sometimes disguised as a man, and then I learned the term gender fluid at the time of writing this, and I was like, oh yeah, that's what I meant. Like, genuine, like, yes, oh god, there's a word for this. Casper's still gender fluid in his current iteration, but he only has the one form. He doesn't swap between them. That's a great question, Cass. The answer is kind of. They remember bits and pieces, but unless they specifically seek out their memories, the curse of forgetting after the Seraphim come back to the world, it never was broken entirely. It stopped making people forget, but the things that were already forgotten are already lost. And this is Emerald's brothers again. I believe these two. This was plans for another like big like a group of drawings, but it never panned out again. This is Pandorium's Merlin again. Also, not gonna lie, I think I'm gonna steal the name The Tethering, cause that's a badass fucking name for having the Seraphim come back down, calling it The Tethering. This is that Merlin again. This was supposed to be one of like the higher up Dracon ladies, like one of the nobility, like royal people, that actually like did something with politics. But I never actually expanded upon her character. I do like her design. This is Will and Finn. On that side, this is both forms of Will. This is one of my first con languages. It's not really a con language, to be honest. It's just a glyph set that I made. It's 1-to-1 glyphs with English letters, and it's just based off of Morse code. This is more Inktober stuff, actually. This is Will when he's in disguise. He has this headband that he uses to cover up his horns while he's still in remnant form. And this is actually Will's house at the very beginning of the story. This is where this sort of Pandora begins. This was just a one-off character I drew a couple times. I don't remember shit about him. I don't remember these two, but they're here. This is me drawing Toria from my very first sketchbook again. I think I was trying to rename her Diana. It didn't work. Her name's Toria. This is Kira again from my first sketchbook. This is Toria. This is a dragon I think I was inspired by axolotls with. And I completely forgot I did this. It's so faint you can't see it, but I was redrawing my first drawing in a sketchbook again. Oh, I forgot I did that. I never finished it, but that's cute. I love that. But yeah, this is book number 3 done. I feel like I front-loaded a lot of like the heavier stories that I have, the ones with lots of lore and stuff, because I think this other one, it's supposed to have more organized story things again, but they're not ones that are like my current stories, so I'm probably not going to remember much about them. Oh my god, it's... Oh, this is the isekai into a video, or not isekai. This is another fucking virtual reality video game story. Oh, these two motherfuckers. I think I mixed up what this girl was from the dragon stuff, and then I put her into the video game story, and this is the guy that's basically just a furry. I loved her design though. She was like the first time I drew a character with any sort of armor, and it actually seemed to work out. This is just a Janus in disguise, and this is a Merlin in disguise. This is a Merlin for sure. I know that's a Merlin. Is this another Merlin? Is this when the Pokedex for Merlins really started? I think it is. I think both of these two characters are Merlins. This is definitely Janus, but these two I think are both different Merlins. And this is that fox boy character from earlier. This is an incomplete illustration I did on the side, but this is a Merlin, and I think he ran an orphanage of some sort. I remember being really proud of the chairs in this because I felt like I drew them really well. Shadow Heart from... Yeah, you're not wrong! Especially with the hairstyle. Oh my gosh. I love Shadowheart. She's so cool. Yeah, so these characters, fun fact, still exist in the story. But they are not. This is no longer a Merlin. He is instead a mentor to the current Merlin, instead of being Merlin himself. And I don't remember what I renamed Arthur to, but if I recall correctly, I think he was a Drakon, and I think the mentor character's name is Crow. Crow was trying to do like some familiar ritual, and then I think this character like died or something, and then he accidentally bound his soul to his house instead of summoning a familiar or some shit. Spell gone wrong. Very badly wrong. This character is no longer named Shira. I think she's named Edelweiss now, or Adel or something like that. But she's another fun character. These three are in a polycule. They've been in a polycule for a while. This is a god form of the same Merlin, but yeah, that character isn't a god anymore or anything. These are both Janus. I'm almost certain. I'm fairly certain this is the Janus that got put into a fucking high school. These are more of the same characters, the same Merlin and his buddies, yeah. All of these are. Nothing in particular more to say about them. This is the god form again. I don't know why I put antlers on him. Oh, these are more alternate universes of the same Merlin. I got obsessed with this one particular Merlin, and then I kept putting him into more situations before I decided to make a new Merlin the next time. I wish I was making this up. I did this. This is from... Oh, this is from these. I really liked Danganronpa. And it's not Kakaguri, but there was another anime at the time, not Danganronpa, not High School or Classroom of the Elite or whatever. There's some other one at the time that I was watching that was like a school where you had to like gamble or play video games or something, or just something along those lines of like crazy bullshit things, but it's in a school setting. I got really obsessed with that concept, and I was writing my own, and my thing was all of the characters were based off of gemstones, and they had special abilities related to those gemstones. And then Steven Universe came out. And I remember being incredibly peeved. And I was so afraid that, like, if anyone, like, looked over my shoulder and was reading their names and stuff, they'd be like, are you writing Steven Universe fanfiction characters or something like that? Or were you inspired by Steven Universe? And I had this whole argument of like, no, I was writing this before Steven Universe fucking existed in her head, okay? I remember being really peeved about Steven Universe specifically because I had been writing this story months before it released or was even known about, and for the longest time I wouldn't watch Steven Universe even though it looked good as like a show because I was so peeved about this. I shit you not, I was so petty about it all. But the main character was Alexander. And he had sort of like a double personality thing going on because he was possessed by a spirit or some shit. Yeah, it really is. Don't worry, I eventually got over it. Yeah, oh god, Cass, no! Cass, no! The sane part of me is like, yes, it is also like Land of the Lustrous, the game with the NB Gym people. Or the anime with the NB Gym people. Also love Land of the Lustrous. Incredible fucking story. Highly recommend it. Steven Universe release was way before Land of the Lustrous like existed in the minds of people in the United States though, so I had no idea if that existed at the time. But it didn't matter because my brain was mostly just focused on Steve being really pissed about Steven Universe stealing my concept. It was a good thing though. I feel like it was genuinely a good thing for this to happen, because just like, that's the thing about ideas, is there's no such thing as a unique idea. And it's not just because, like, we're inspired by the things that are around us, thus our own ideas are always going to be inspired by something, but it's also just two different people can think of the same concept completely separately. And that's fine. It's okay if there's 15 bazillion different things that use gemstones as a naming theme. After this happened and I finally got over myself and I stopped being really petty about it and watched Steven Universe and I was like, oh, Steven Universe is pretty decent stuff. I kind of came to terms with that idea, and now I'm no longer afraid to be cringe or to be exactly like something else, because I can just explain, no, I just thought of that concept on my own. I'm stealing this guy. This is the guy that was inspired by Malachite, and I like his design. Yeah. This is just one of those designs that's like a good win, a winner of design. I think this guy was supposed to be like quartz or some bullshit. Maybe I have him labeled. He was supposed to be like a fortune teller. And that's how he like won all of his games. I have no idea. Citrine maybe? I have no idea. The names were supposed to be like puns and stuff. This was just a random little one-off thing, that I drew a few things of. It's the bird, also the person. Don't ask for an explanation, I don't have one. But it was just a random little one-off design. I wanted to make Belphegor some friends. The paper sloth demon from earlier, he has a little form as well. So I made him some friends. This is one of the gods, one of the older god designs that I had, but I don't remember which one. I also don't remember which one this one was, but this is another one of those inked drawings that I just really liked. Ooh, I know I talked about this. So that series of drawings I did for like a scholastic contest or something, the regional contest, the drawings that later, the prints of which my art teacher stole and did not tell me she had back from Scholastic and put in an art gallery without my consent. These are some of the thumbnails of those. Also, one of them was a Merlin. It's this guy. They were based off the 7 Deadly Sins. This was Wrath. The Merlin was Sloth, I recall. I don't know if I have any of the other ones in here. Oh yeah, this is the sketch for Sloth that I originally did. Also, this is the Sands that I mentioned at the beginning of stream that I forgot that I had, but then saw it and went, oh no. Oh, I think this was Gluttony. I had a lot of fun with the design for Gluttony, and over here, this is Pride. No, this is Greed. This is Greed. I need to steal Greed's design again and use it for something. Both of these guys were fun designs. I ended up not really liking the drawing for Gluttony, but I wanted to put a twist on it instead of just focusing on like the food aspect. See, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, Kira. She wasn't stealing it to take credit for it. Like, it was such a weird experience because it was the equivalent, like the only equivalent experience I could describe it as was that She was a pageant mom, and I was her small toddler that she was living vicariously through. Except I was a high schooler, and I didn't put up with her bullshit when she started it. What happened was, I was interested in the Scholastic contest, and I was very excited about it, and I submitted my series of Seven Deadly Sins to it. And then they told me it would come back eventually. I sent in prints. They got the digital copies, but they also wanted like physical prints that they could put up on the wall. And so I sent them prints of all of them, or I think prints of like my favorite ones or something like that. And they said that they would come back eventually to me, like they'd mail them back. But I didn't hear anything about it after the gallery for Scholastic ended, and I was like, you know what, that's fine. These were digital works. I have the original sketches, I have the actual digital copies of these, whatever. It was just prints. So I forgot about it. And then later on, my art teacher, Mrs. A, was just like, oh, there's this gallery we're doing at this nearby middle school, and I'd really like to put some of your artwork in there. And I'm like, I'm not going into artist career, because at this point in time, I recognized that, I liked programming, because I was taking a computer course or something not in college, in high school, and I was like, I don't want to do whatever the fuck we're doing in this class, but I want to program. This is interesting. I could make a career out of this, and I like this a lot. So I was going away from the art as like a career ideal and going towards programming as my career, and like planning for that for college and stuff. But she was really dead set on me being like an artist, and I think like just somewhere down the line it became a very toxic mess, because what she did was just like she pressured me into putting my artwork in this middle school gallery, which no one fucking cares about a middle school gallery, even if it's high school students. I'm sorry. And she kept insisting, and I kept telling her, no, I'm not interested, until finally I was like, fine, sure, you can put my art in there, but I'm not showing up. And she's like, the only time you really have to show up is when we take them all down. I'm like, fine, I'll do that, but I'm not coming at any other given point in time, and you cannot make me do that. And I was really pissed about having to do it, but the gallery goes on, she puts all my artwork in there, because she had some other prints of mine that I gave permission for. But then I show up to the art gallery, and I look on the wall, and the art that I gave permission for was there, as well as my Scholastic prints, that I had no idea that they were sending to the high school, and not my personal address. And she never told me arrived. I had no idea they were even intact. And I personally remember like walking in, it was like this weird like little hallway closet looking room type of thing. Like it was literally like a closet hallway that was like this long. It was so tiny. You could barely fit like 3 chairs in there alongside one wall. It was such a weird spot. But like I remember walking in there and turning and seeing my prints is literally the first thing you see when you walk into this room. And I just stopped, froze, like mouth wide open, like, are you fucking kidding me? And I just slowly turned to her and was like, why is this here? Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, I got them back after this. She learned very much so after this conversation, that I was no longer going to put up with this kind of bullshit. Because I had already had several instances where it was just like she wasn't listening to me and she wasn't communicating with me, because I was supposed to be her TA and a bunch of other things was going on, but she kept putting all this pressure on me to do all these art things. It was just like, this was my point where like I had already been like telling her, hey, stop doing these things, I'm really uncomfortable. And then this was my point where I just snapped at her, like, unapologetically, full on, like, if at the time I was someone who sweared as much as I did now, I would have dropped like 3 F-bombs in the same sentence. Kind of anger and snappishness. Like, I was not a very happy child, I was a quite an angry child, but at this point in time, I managed my anger. I was doing a lot better about it, but like all of that went out the window at this moment in time. And I turned around and I was just like, these are not supposed to be here. Why are they here? Why didn't you tell me you got these? I didn't even know you had these. And I just kept going off about it. And then my stepmom tried to get in between us and was just like, whoa, you can't talk to your teacher like that. Apologize to her. And I remember turning to my stepmom and I was so pissed at the time. Like, I was very much a teacher's pet and like someone who tried their best to be polite and respectful for everyone, but all of that went out the window when this happened, and I turned to my stepmom and I said, I am not apologizing for this. Absolutely not. This is absurd. I was so pissed off. But yeah, I got all my prints back, because like that's the thing. She wasn't interested in like taking my work and getting credit for herself, other than like this like pageant mom feeling of like the thing that I've created has accomplished things in my name type of deal. Like, that's the best way I can describe it. She wasn't interested in like writing my coattails or anything. She just wanted like, well, it's kind of writing my coattails. She wasn't interested in the fame of being a good artist directly in this case. She just wanted to like live vicariously through me instead of being a high school art teacher. And I was not having it. It was so uncomfortable. But it's okay. I don't think those prints exist anymore. If they do, my stepmom probably has them still. But yeah, these are more concepts for all of the 7 Deadly Sins. And I think, no, this is not Janice. This is some other character who ended up dying a slow story death. Not literally dying in the story, more of just like not being a character later on. Same for this character. This is a one-off character. This is a one-off character design. I think this is actually wildly a character inspired by the grim adventures of Bill and Mandy. Because I'm pretty sure I used Mandy as like an inspiration for this design. I loved that show. That was such a silly show. This is one of Belphegor's friends. And this is another one of Belphegor's friends. These were integral characters to the story. These two, at least. And I remember nothing about them. I know this character was supposed to be like the magical girl mascot for the iteration of Ion that was a magical girl. Again, there are characters that I have like 5 different alternate universes. And in one of them, Ion is a magical girl, and this was her mascot companion. But that's her humanoid form of her mascot companion. I don't remember what these are. I think these are just spirits of some sort. That's the mascot companion again. I don't know. This is Freya. This is when did Freya have fucking cat ears? I don't remember Freya having fucking cat ears. Freya's always been human, what? Oh my god. See, this is what happens when you don't look at your old sketchbooks in a while. You forget that you gave a cat character cat ears. I'm pulling up Freya for you guys one moment. Freya has always been hand in hand with Ion as a character. I adore her. Freya, my beloved. I put her through so much stuff. She doesn't need to go through that much stuff, but it's fine. She's happy now. She is a good character. Let's see. This was a one-off story. I'm fairly certain was like a fantasy, almost magical girl inspired Maximum Ride. Because I loved the Maximum Ride books, but I wanted a little bit more fantasy than sci-fi in them. I'm fairly certain is the origin of these 3 characters. This is Magical Girl, Ion. I know you can't see it very clearly, but that's what that is. this was either a one-off character on the side or more virtual reality game bullshit stuff. This is Ion's Magical Girl Adventure here on the side. I'm fairly certain all three of these are Ion's different magical girl forms, but I could not tell you for certain. Or maybe one of these was like one of her partners. I don't remember. It's been a while. This is the late. I've always loved Magical Girl Ion. I ended up turning her into her own character though, because Ion is now her own thing. But I do love her. Her name is Blossom as a magical girl. This is either more magical girl bullshit or another one-off character. I don't remember. This is Blossom again, but I don't remember who this is. Oh, these were side characters for the magical girl bullshit, but it was a different magical girl bullshit. These were witches who were also magical girls. This is one of them, and this is her brother. But I don't remember anything about their story. Except, I guess I gave her cat ears? It's more magical girl bullshit. Yeah, here's the witches. The fire. Where's the other ones? Did I only draw the fire one? This was like the goddess character who sends the magical girls on their quest. Oh. Okay, I don't remember who this was. I guess this was like a one-off demon guy, because he showed up in another one. And this is the one-off characters that were just like based off of different colors again. He was purple and I think he was like blue or cyan or something. And this is another one-off. What can you call it? I really like this crown. That was fun. I wanted it to be like an ink splatter, but like shaped as a crown. Yeah, again. I don't remember who these two are. I have no fucking clue who that is. But I drew them with roller skates, which is pretty cool. And oh, I remember these two. So I was trying to remember earlier, like who these two were supposed to be. So originally, the creators of the universe were supposed to be Order and Chaos. Were these two? She was Order, he was Chaos. I've since scrapped this. I might steal her for the new Goddess of Order though. Goddess of Chaos is covered, so sorry Zach, which is apparently your name. You're not gonna be the Lord of Chaos anymore, but Serenity might come back. I named her Karen? What? I don't know if this is readable, but her name is apparently Karen. Oh, that's funny as hell. I'm keeping that. That's Serenity again. This is more virtual reality game bullshit characters. I do love this character. Rayla was funny. She was silly. This is Rayla again. Oh, is that where that witch design came from? I don't remember much about these guys. Oh, and Ilya. Okay, that's where all these characters came from. Was another video game bullshit. This character originated with the furry bullshit when I was drawing everyone as cats, and she was like a rainbow cat design. And I loved her design so much that she started just becoming a character and story all of her own. I'm pretty sure this is Zach again, but I don't fucking remember anything about these guys. This is more cat people. I think this is gonna be. Oh no, it's not. Okay. I had like chibis of all of my cats, and they were all colored. They were all based off of colors. She's blue. I don't remember the other ones are. This is the rainbow cat lady again. I'm pretty sure that's her again there. And this is the same as this character. I don't remember who these ones are. Are these the rainbow cats again? I think they might be. They all had a color and like an element associated with them. The like proto version of the current elements that are in the Abyssian Clive table. Like you can see, very difficult to see, but you can see element symbols here. And then yeah, she eventually stopped being a cat person. Not for the lack of the fact that they were cat people in my story, as you can see, it's just she in particular. And oh, it's Luna again. So this is the cat that was my persona in human form. But I wanted to give her like butterfly wings, but I also wanted her funky little metal feather wings again. And this design came into being. I'm not sure how to feel about it in this image particularly. I don't know why I gave her gold alongside the blue. It's not bad, but I don't think it works for her. Her current design is all black, I think. She's just like a witch's familiar that has a human form, I think. Let me look. She's on Unsword. Yeah. I did keep the butterfly. Okay, yeah. No, I like this much better. Oh, there we go. This is her current design. I did keep her. She's not my persona in any way, shape, or form anymore, but I would be remiss to not keep her as like a side character somewhere that shows up, in my opinion. These were other characters from her story. This is the cat that was like her evil opposite. And her name was Luna. She was very moon inspired. So we also have Soul, the solar inspired guy. I don't know. This had to have been some fuckery with virtual reality games. I swear. Yeah, these are all Luna and Solar, I think. And yeah, that's all it. Most of my Luna art, I think, is actually digital on my old DeviantArt. But every time I open up my old DeviantArt, I die a little inside, so I won't be doing that on stream anytime soon. Okay, let me move a little bit. Alright. And then we have this. This is one of my school sketchbooks. This is the only sketchbook I have that's still intact because I don't have a really good way to put this in an album at the moment. But I'll probably move this to a sketchbook album as well. Oh, Mimic! I still have Mimic and Mime as characters. I think I need to redesign them again, or I was in the middle of redesigning them again, or maybe I did finish designing them again? Let me look. Mimic and Mime are twins. I did finish redesigning them. They're twins, twin remnants who like to fuck with people by stealing their abilities. I love them. That's more cat dragon bullshit and more steampunk weirdness. I don't remember who that is. I don't remember who these people are. You'll never guess. I don't remember who these people are. These were Griff's designs, I'm fairly certain. I don't know who this was. This was, I think this was the guy that was Janice earlier, or at least someone in that story with Janice. I think this was Mimic and Mime again. This was the guy with Janice. The other guy was just a side character in that story. But this was the guy with Janice. He's no longer one of my characters. Maybe I'll bring him back. Put him in something else. It's Nico again. Who the fuck is this guy? I don't remember him. He's not coming back. I have a new Nico, and he's better. This was more development for Folkvanger culture and things and the different positions that people had there. I recall that. This was me attempting to design a mech. It did not work out. I mean, it kind of works, but I don't like it. Yeah, here's Gears without cat ears. This was her proto design, or official proto design, and this was the original design for Sparks, who later became a robot instead of a person. he's technically still a person, but he's no longer like fully he's a soul in a robot body, so it's hard and it's complicated. This is a design for Folkfinger. I wanted it to fan out like peacock feathers because, again, I designed phoenixes to look kind of like peanuts? I designed them to look like peacocks, but phoenixes are the order equivalent of remnants, in a way. And they are part of Folkfinger nonsense, so I wanted it to be very phoenix themed. I'm not going to even attempt to decipher these notes. Oh, here's more accidental skipped pages. I don't remember those. His name's Sora? Oh, I stole that from Kingdom Hearts. Oh, it's a tiny Janice. That's Janice again, in his original design. See, that's the thing. Seeing my old OCs does not make me want to die. I adore my old OCs. I see them as the slow path through a beautiful garden to where I am now. But looking at my old Deviant art, there's a section of it that's just Griff's adopts, and it's like 5 million pages long. I hate looking at it. Because it's a your character here over and over and over again, and it's not even a good one. There, that's Freya again. I don't even know what this is. I think this was game design stuff. I don't know who that is. Oh, I don't know who these characters are. That's another Janus form, that's Ion. This was like a god thing, but... Oh, is this when this is when I was like, yeah, Janus is like a part of the soul. So originally Janus was the god of the soul, and then Ion was supposed to be time, but that has since changed significantly. I feel like in a lot of ways, they still kind of have those roles. Ion does have a lot of things with time and stuff, but the reasons that they have those abilities and such have changed significantly. There's Hyperion, the magic god before there was Astra. Erebus, I might bring back as a character and a god, but he's going to be the god of curses, not the god of death. I'm deciding what I want to do with the god of death. Oh no, Erebus was Shadow, not... Oh, right, Erebus is the god of Shadow, and then Thanatos. Yeah, Erebus is darkness, and Thanatos is death in Greek mythology. I don't want the god of that Glyph, I don't want them to be a death god, so I have to be really careful with the way I do it. Cause like the thing is like, in Chinese is the word for death, which is why it's the Glyph for death. In Abyssian, that's my con language. It's a pun on that, but I don't want to lean too far into death because is not death, it is to end, is what the Glyph means. And so I have to be very careful about treading that line between the two. I don't remember who these people are. I do not remember who these people are. No, no, I don't remember who these people are. And this was some kind of city design, but I could not tell you what. Oh, this is the character that later becomes Isith again. I think this is that fucker with the wings and the halo I was complaining about earlier, not knowing who the hell he was. I think this guy's design later became Spark, because I liked it. I really don't remember who these people are. I have no idea what I was doing there either. I don't know who this is, but I really need to steal that color scheme because it's a good color scheme. I think all of those characters refer to the same story though. This is more Folkfinger shot stuff. Holy shit, I can barely read that. I'm not reading that. This is me thinking of stage stuff for Songweavers. I don't remember who this is. There's a solid chance that this is another Janice, but I don't remember this design. This is a character that got completely redesigned and then scrapped. And then they're back again, but they're redesigned. Is this Dave? Hold the fuck. Is this Dave? Dave currently is a primordial of crystal origin. Primordials are elementals. But primordial sounds cooler. This is Dave. I think this is an older version of Dave. Before he became the Dave that I have there. I don't remember. I don't remember these guys. That looks like a Janice. This is more engineering stuff. Oh, I know what this is. So, one of the characters I showed earlier, Cecil, his current iteration, his current incarnation, like life, cause he's died a couple of times. Odette is like a specific type of remnant. But before I made him into a remnant, he's supposed to be this other species that lived for extremely long periods of time, and kind of like how, in Japanese folklore, a lot of yokai gain more tails as they grow older. Their wings changed form, and that was my notes on them. This is some notes for some old gods that I used to have, but I don't remember any of them. Oh, I remember this. So, Pandorium as a world concept, actually was originally my friend's science extra credit project, where she was trying to calculate the tides for a planet that had 2 moons of different sizes. And I thought that was cool as fuck, and I didn't understand the math, and I said, hey, do you mind if I design a planet that this happens on? And she's like, I guess, go for it. And then Pandorium was designed as a world, and then I started writing stories for Pandorium, and this is the original thing for that. I don't know who the fuck that is. That's Merlin. That's Merlin. There's Quetzalcoatl again. This is my feeling on drawing realistically at every point in time in my life. That's Merlin's again. The never-ending parade of them. I don't... Oh my god, that's kinda... It's Blossom, Ion's magical girl form. And hey, it's Spark, the original. I'll pull up this digital art form again. This is the first time I was like, yeah, Spark's a robot. That's this guy. He's gotten redesigned a few times. I think that's him again. That's me playing with highlighters, and then this is more trying to figure out how the fuck to design architecture, because I did not understand architecture, and I still don't understand architecture. This is Alon in his older design. Again, it's now just the headband. This is me playing around with the Morse code again. I don't know anything else that's going on here. I think this might be notes for Pandorium, but I cannot make... Yeah, this is notes for Pandorium. I don't remember much from it. This is the Seraph world. I tried to build the Seraph world in The Sims a couple of times, but it's never worked out because it's too big for Sims 4 plots. These are, Emerald's brothers again. Their character, because Seraphs live for so long, they're also characters in the actual story for Pandorium with Will and Finn and all of them. Yeah, this is... Oh my god, I called it Pyros? Why the fuck did I call it Pyros? It's Pandorium. This is a map of Pandorium. This town here, Greenwig, is where Will lives originally. Cruxor is where Finn is from, and Finn's family travels up to Greenwig to live there for a while. I hate hyperrealism with a passion, but let me finish talking about this map first. So the original idea for Pandorium was Will and Finn's adventure across the entire world. This big moon island no longer exists, at least not in this size, but this tree was like the original home of the elves or something, and then it's been abandoned, and they now all live in Cruxor, humans and elves together. But now they've just been combined into elfkin, because I think the difference between elves and humans is so minute, you might as well just call them the same thing in my story. This big ol' island over here is the Dracon's Island, and you can see the floating island for... Did I call it Elysium originally? Elysium is the name of the Vespertilian planet for Elaine and Eris and Juliet now. I need to rename that for this. But yeah, they went all over the place, and like the end of their journey was them supposed to be going across the ocean to this giant world tree that definitely was not just ripped directly from World of Warcraft. And that's where they would find the Staff of Pandora. I really liked this design up here. I should do something like that for my next tattoo. I need to design my next tattoo. So I've got the one here. But I want to have one on my other shoulder and then one on my back, are my planned tattoos. This is in that Morse code language. I don't know what it says because I don't remember Morse code. Oh, this is some sketch or something. That's Will again. I can't tell what any of this is though. Oh, that's the... Okay, so between... Yeah, so these two characters, or not two characters, this is the same character. This is the gender fluid character that later combines with Casper, and then Casper is technically these two. Yeah, Casper is currently these two's form. I don't remember who this is. Maybe that's the oh, I think that's Malik. I think that's who Malik used to be, and then he became Malik, and then Alexander is the king of the Seraphs. That's the Merlin again. I don't know who the fuck this is. And that's Merlin's buddy. That's notes on something. I don't know what any of this is. Oh, these are notes on the Seven Deadly Sins characters. I think this was an early version of one of the Seven Deadly Sins characters. And this one, I think the rest of these pages are blank. Yeah. Yeah. That's all of my old artwork that I currently own. And know where it is. And now we're in the good stuff. My work ones. So this one is not filled up much, again, because it started tearing at the seam, so I'm using a different one, but I'm gonna go through this one first. This is 2022. A lot of these are gonna be pen drawings, and actual recognizable characters that I currently use. We've got Will here in his current design. We've got San. This is one of my favorite doodles of San. This is Orion, one of my vampire characters. They are a member of Folkfinger, and this is their snake familiar. It's a little harder to see. And this is Owen. Owen and Orion are in the same story. Owen is Boss Kid. No worries, Kira. Get some good sleep. This is some notes on various species things. I think this was a draw this in your style for like Twitter or Tumblr. I just thought the character was cute, so I fucked around and did it. Oh, who are these people? I think these are just random one-offs for the most part. I don't remember specifically who these ones are. And oh, the first appearance of Ambrosia in any of these sketches. This is, so while I was working on Ambrosia lore, I wanted them to have multiple outfits, and this particular outfit ends up being their school time outfit before they became a fae and they were still human. But I in my original model, it's just one of their outfits on there. Let's see. That's Finn. Is that Alon? Who is that? I don't remember who that is. That's Odette. Kevin again. We love Kevin in this household. This is Laurel from Infernium. Oh, maybe that's the Infernium god, because that's the Infernium crest, right? The Infernium crest is a moon. I need to sit down and like make a fucking compendium of all the world crests that currently exist. I'm trying to find San's profile. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the goddess of Infernium. These are just little random biomes. That's Eris, and that's Juliet, Elaine. I think this is Dennis, actually. Dennis is another Vespertilian character. But all of these are like pins. I have this like set of. These are my doodling pins. Because they're so colorful and wonderful, and I adore them. They have such bright, wonderful colors. They're the best. They're wonderful to draw. All of these were drawn with them, and then I think Copic multi-liners. I need to take a sip of a drink because my voice is dying a little bit. Whew, okay, much better. That's Owen, and then I'm pretty sure that's Faust, but I never finished drawing Faust. Because Owen had the brain cell at the moment. This is just practice the tree and random people. Some more biomes. I think I posted these to Twitter. I should post these to Blue Sky, because I really love these biome doodles. They were a delight. They're some of my favorite doodles that I've done. This one I actually mixed in some Copic markers with because I wanted to paint the clouds really good. And I think there's some Copic markers in this one as well, but for the most part these are just those pins. Oh my god! Where's Daishima? Cause that's Daishima! That's totally fucking Daishima right there! That is Dai! That's Dai! He's in here! The thing about being my friend, and if I've drawn you before, is at some point in time you will show up in my sketchbook, and I will forget to tell you that you have shown up in my sketchbook. Dai is in my other work sketchbook too a couple of times. And I think the other one is mainly because I was working on the animatic at the time, but that is Daishima there. This is Owen and Orion again. This is Cecil. This is Spark. These two are the same character. And this, I believe, is a different variation of Cecil's wings. Is that his current wings? Did I keep those? Let me look. It just happens. I wish he was still here. He probably has gone to bed or something at this point. Like normal people. I'll be up until like 1 AM. Oh, I didn't keep them. I gave him normal phoenix wings. Originally I had this idea of like really rotted terrible wings, because Cecil's story is he's one of Ion's phoenixes, and he's like the most chaotic of the phoenixes, which is kind of like an oxymoron, because phoenixes are the epitome of order in the world, and order and chaos are the opposites. But he's the most chaotic phoenix, and he's the most combative. He's always on the field. He's always cleaning up chaos messes and stuff. And the thing about being a force that is so heavily aligned with order is that if you're in an area that's heavily contaminated by chaos, it'll kill you. And typically phoenixes don't really die. I mean, it's a part of the name that they just keep coming fucking back. But Cecil, the reason Cecil dies and later is put into a machine as Spark is he sacrifices himself to kill this like one specific giant remnant that's like apocalyptic level remnant type of thing. And even he, as someone who is so heavily tainted by chaos, already can't even survive that because by the nature of being a phoenix. These are more Pandorian! Oh, this is before I trans some genders. So there's Will. I had trans Finn's gender at this point. But this is Chameleon before Chameleon became a girl. And this is an earlier version of Casper. That's Malik and that's Canis. I ended up not really liking Canis's because I couldn't get the right skin tone. I didn't have a mid-tone between the darker brown and the lighter brown that I have. And I tried to correct it with a white gel pen and it didn't work. It looks way better on camera than it does in person. I'll say that. This was a study of one of my older pictures with Will. Oh no, this was the one with Emerald, where he fell for the first time. I don't remember who these two are. They're hard to see on camera because of the colors I picked, but I think those might have just been one-offs. This two and this are studies of architecture that I did. This was something I was actually like out and about and I drew like seeing it. I think these two it was just fucking old. But I was looking at like pictures of pretty architecture and stuff while I drew them to get them as good as possible. This is more Owen and Orion. With a tiny little Vera. Vera is Vera is Orion's stepmother. And Orion does not like his stepmother. Oh, there they are again. I love Owen and Orion. They're so cute. One of my few colored pictures. This is all Copic marker. Who the fuck are these? Oh, this is Elysium. So, Elysium is the world that the Vespertilians, Eris and all of them came in, and Juliet, and their god is named Eclipse. Eclipse is a multi-faced god who goes through different phases of being, and I think I said it as like every 100 years the next phase takes over as the current god of Elysium, and these are different phases of Eclipse. This is also when I started collecting stamps, and I was having fun with my stamps. I have multiple crab stamps, if you're wondering, and I'm going to have more. This was a drawing I did of something I was looking at in person, and this, I don't know if it was something I drew like looking at it in person, or if it was just me practicing a cityscape. This was me just having fun again, and more stamps. Is this Sylph? I think this is an early version of Sylph. I don't recognize these other people in here, but I think this is an early version of Sylph. There's Ambrosia again! That's Ambrosia and that's Ambrosia. I don't remember what this is all about, but I think it was like something with like Alzheimer fairy bullshit. Not Sylph. Yeah, this is Sylph. That was Sylph. So that's Sylph. That's Nyx. There's Pandora. These other three, or other four, these are the elemental gods that were supposed to be like the creators of like Aurelius here is the creator of dragons, and this character was supposed to be the creator of Myrrh, and he was supposed to be the god of water. And this is technically an early version of Glade, who is now the goddess of void, but she was originally supposed to be the goddess of earth, and I was just like, this doesn't make sense to make a, like, I knew Glade's name for the longest time, but her design has always eluded me, but figuring out that she should be the god of void for humans makes a lot of sense. So this is technically still the god of like elves and elfkin, and humans are still technically elfkin, but it's complicated. Elune is supposed to be the god of animalkin, but specifically of shifters, of like, because like animalkin can become their animal form. They're basically just werewolves of all sorts of animals. And some of them have lost that ability, some of them retain it, etc., etc. But that was the creator of them. Oh, these are more Pandorian people. So there's Casper again. in their gender fluid form. We've got Finn, we've got Will, Emerald and his gamer neat equivalent, and his friend who also played with him. It's a little hard to see. And then we got Malik here, because I love Malik's design. This is me playing with pens again, seeing how much I can get with just those pens to color with. This is me, I think, designing Karkinos. That's not Karkinos there, but I don't know who it is, and I don't know who the fuck this is, because that's not Karkinos. This might be Karkinos, though. Or a version of Karkinos. These are just random one-offs, for sure. With a Malik in the corner. That's Pandora. Pandora and Alon. That's Alon there. I should draw more Pandora. Ooh, these two. So these are newer characters of mine that are a pair of Songweavers. With their band name is Lonely Bones. But I'm still kind of working on their design. But that's all that's in this one. Again, because this one was ripping apart. I'm probably going to come back to this sketchbook once I finish out my current sketchbook, which is our final one that we're going to look at. We're at the end. Oh my gosh. This is my current work sketchbook. I got this at an anime convention, and I don't remember the artist's name, but I really adore it. It's so beautiful and vibrant to look at. I really wish I had the artist's name. Maybe it's in like the covers or something. I won't be that lucky, will I? Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. If anyone sees art that looks like this cover, ping me immediately so I can go see if it's the person who made the sketchbook, because I love it so much. But yes, this is going to be my most recent stuff, because this is the sketchbook that I've been working in. And so this is more Pandorian stuff. We've got Will and Finn here. It's a little faint, but I was having fun with their expressions and stuff. And I was trying to design, this is kind of a mixture of general life symbolism in my stories, but also like logos for the different factions of Pandorium is what I was going for specifically there. A lot of this is gonna be kind of just random stuff, whatever I was thinking about during the day. I know at this point in time I was working on Pandorium writing, for realsies, so there's a lot of that in here. This is Faust, I believe. But I don't know who any of these other people are. I think this is one of the people in my Magical Girl spin-off. This looks like Eris. I'm not sure about the others in here. Oh, I think this is one of my newer characters for Volcandra. So Ion as a character is mute. And her girlfriend is her sign language interpreter. So the idea was I've always wanted Ion to be completely mute as a character, and I was trying to figure out though, like, how she would still speak. Obviously she would use sign language, but accessibility wise, if you have a character who only uses sign language, it gets a little rough, because like you can have subtitles pop up, but if you have a person who is blind in your audience, they have no idea that a character is even speaking. And so the original idea was just that she would have an interpreter that would be the person who speaks for her. But then I don't remember where the idea that her interpreter would be her girlfriend came into being, but I thought of it and I really liked it, so now Ion's girlfriend is also her interpreter. This is Ambrosia again. I was trying to design a spellbook for Ambrosia. I still don't really have a spellbook for Ambrosia that I like. I'm sure I'll get there one day. And ooh, this is another one-off story of mine, but these characters are still like active characters because they're gonna pop up in this one-shot tabletop RPG campaign that I'm designing. I think for Pathfinder technically, but it would work in D&D as well. These are random characters in it. We've got Dr. Lark and her daughter, who is a robot, and then another robot who like is like the manager of the city that they live in that Dr. Lark worked on. And these are just random character one-offs that I was designing and working on. I think this is Imric. So Imric, one of the Beholder characters, let me pull them out. Imric cannot walk very well. His legs are very weak. With Faefolk in general, they have a second set of veins that is how their magic runs through their body, and they require magic to live and exist and actually use their body. And that second set of veins is called ley lines. And Imric does not have ley lines on his legs, and that is why he cannot walk well, so he's actually in a wheelchair. And I was working on figuring out how to draw a wheelchair and what his wheelchair design would look like. And then we have another one of the Beholders, Leaf. I love Leaf. She's so pretty. Leaf is deaf. She does not have ley lines on her ears, so she cannot hear. It looks like she does not have ley lines for her mouth as well, but she has them on her throat, so she can still speak. The one who cannot speak is Zephyl, which I don't know if I've drawn in here. I don't see them. This is Ambrosia again. This is more random bullshit, and then 2 Daishimas! I'm fairly certain to the point in time in which I start working on his animatic will show up in here soon. These are baby Sylphs. Sylph as a child, teenager, and current Sylph. And this is another design for Glade that I was working on but ended up not liking. This other side is just me doing random nature bullshit. Yeah, here it is. Here's the animatic. So this is more Sylph on this side. This is the first iteration of the monster that shows up in Daishima's starting animatic for his streams. These were different designs I was going through for the dragon creature that shows up. But I end up on this like little plush looking one. That is the one that shows up in the animatic. And then on the side we have Janice, Odin, and Ion in their current forms, and I love all three of them. We've got more random bullshit with Ambrosia on this side, another Ambrosia, 2 Daishimas again. I was drawing him a lot, okay? I needed to practice drawing him a lot. I think I just wanted to draw a little Jester doll because a few of them were popping up on Tumblr. This is technically Magnus Archives fan art of, oh, what the fuck is his name? Michael! That's his name! Door guy. If you've never seen the Magnus Archives, I will not speak of it more because of spoilers. Oh dear. This is art from my last D&D campaign that I was in. So this is my character Nova up here. And this is a tiny little pixie character that was in the campaign, and then this was a frog character. I forget what they're called. There's a frog species in D&D, and that's what they were. More Ambrosias. Oh, my phone just crashed. Hello? Come back. More Ambrosias, more random bullshit. I was practicing Filgary a lot. I've always wanted to draw Filgary, like, correctly, but I've never been particularly good at it. So you'll see a lot of little random Filgary and random hands and stuff that I'm practicing in here. This is a mixture of things. So we've got more D&D art on this side. We've got Nova. We've got person who's playing Frog's new character. Pixie again. The cat character, they were a... what's it called? Artificer? Something like that. And then our fighter rabbit guy, which is these three. And then this is Nova's, my character's sibling, Nebula. This is Nova in their current outfit. This is one of the NPCs. And then all of these guys are Astra, my god of magic's minions. all of these guys are Astra's minions in my story. Let's see. A few more D&D pieces all around like this edge here. These all are random characters from Folkvanger. We've got Owen and Orion here. This is Rippon, one of my actual creature designs that I like, but she's probably gonna get a redesign soon. This is Vera, she's Orion's stepmother, and then, who are all of you fuckers? That's Ion's girlfriend. That's Izzy. This is Arl, she's a songweaver. I don't recall who this is. I think this character is an earlier version of Jeffrey, who got a redesign because if Daishima runs a D&D campaign, I'm going to be playing Jeffrey in it. This is Melvin, and this just, what is your name? This character doesn't have a name because they're a changeling, and they're undercover most of the time, so they're pretending to be somebody else. Their code name is Hermes, though, at the moment. I'm probably gonna change that, because I'm probably gonna use Hermes as an actual character name. Oh, these are more from the one-off. So this is Doc Lark again in a different design, and that's her daughter, and then this is her wife, who is a hard-boiled detective. We've got another little Ambrosia, and then this is Orion's dad, who gets stabbed by somebody. There's Vera again. The thing is, these other people are just random characters that I was gonna have in the D&D one-off that I was working on. I don't remember who any of these people are at the top are. And this was just a random fairy design I was working on. this was one of the main characters for the campaign that I wanted to do. He was the person who was hosting this masquerade party that everyone would show up to, and then this guy, Orion's dad, would die. More work on designs for NPCs. I was bringing back Mimic and Mime as this guy's servants. Then they were gonna be the maids. I was gonna have this bit where, like, every time a servant shows up, it's one of these two, but they go by, like, 5 different names. This, you can't see it because it's kind of faint. I'm sorry, I use light colors when I'm sketching with pens. It's Ambrosia. It is some of the idea I had for a particular animatic that I would like to work on in the future. This is a one-off design, nothing in particular. These two are the parents of another character you guys haven't seen much, Mercer. Mercer is... The species doesn't have an official name, but they're essentially snow dragons. They're dragons that have feathers, and they're kind of owl-based dragons. And these are his parents, but they don't have very good designs. They don't look like the dragons just yet. This is more D&D stuff. These were NPC designs that I was giving to my DM. And, ooh, okay, so we've got some Cecils here in the corner. I love this sketch. It's so hard to see it, though. And these two, both this one and this and this and this, these are all more attempts at designing Glade, who has been a thorn in my side for so long. I went so many directions trying to design Glade. She was such a hard character to nail down. That's Ambrosia again. This is what Jeffrey looks like now. This is a newer character. Both this character and this character are Astra's minions again. I don't remember why I drew a jellyfish, but it's a good jellyfish. I just wanted to point that out. Oh no. Most of you do not know me for my incredibly cursed Love Nikki art. And I feel like trying to explain that would take 30 minutes all on its own. So all I will say is these designs right here are from my cursed Love Nikki art, and that's all you need to know. This is me trying to follow a tutorial to draw Filgary, and it's hard to see, but there's like little sparkles around this one in particular, because this was the first one where it's just like, fuck yes, I got it. This is what Filgary should look like. That's more Filgary practice. My cry of help to try to draw something realistically again. This I think was a concept for Lonely Bones, but I thought the mask was too complicated. I do like that mask, but it doesn't fit Lonely Bones specifically. Ooh, so this is another Snow Dragon character, but not Mercer and not his parents. And this is another Fae character. This is one of the Fae Queens. This is the Queen of the Winter Court on this side. And ooh. So we've got more Folkfinger on this side. I don't remember who in particular this is. This is Dave. This is a unicorn character who is nameless, but they're important to Ken and Merlin's storyline. And this is Glade! Glade's actual design. I finally got a design for her. Who else do we have here? We've got Leaf, we've got Imric again, Ambrosia, and this is one of the designs for the extended version of my hot shit animatic that I still need to work on. But I was having a lot of fun coloring her hair there. And we've got more. This is Pluto from Hot Shit. I posted these two to Blue Sky recently. This is Pluto, this is Jupiter. Jupiter's gonna be the extended version of the hot shit animatic whenever I get around to finishing that. I've started it at least. And this is Astra, this is Glade again. I was really proud of these pen doodles as well. I had a lot of fun with doodles. This is actual line art. This is me trying hard to get the lines right. I shouldn't call them doodles. We've got Doc Lark again and her girlfriend. I think her girlfriend's name was Rue, but I can't remember. We've got Vera and Hermes again, and Cecil. This is a new character design that I purchased recently. There's one more witch here that I'm working on designing. This is a coven of witches. They're named after the Greek muses. And this is more Cursed Love Nikki art. We're not gonna get into the Cursed Love Nikki art. We've got one Ambrosia here. You can look at Ambrosia. And I think this is the last page. I think this is it. This is a character design I'm working on for a new character of mine. His name's Milan. Molan, not Mulan. And his whole deal is he is an exorcist of sorts, or at least he pretends to be. He's really just a spellcaster cleaning up after like failed or forgotten spells. But everyone calls him in for like ghost hauntings and stuff when it's not actually a ghost, and he's just like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll clean it up. Don't worry about it. It'll be gone. And this is another character from Lonely Bones. One of the designs for those two characters that I was working on. And that is all. That only took 4 hours to get through all of them. That's all of them, though. I hope you guys enjoyed. My voice is dead. It's in the grave. Oh. But it was worth it. I like going back and looking at my old sketchbooks, and something, I think I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, but something I've always done is I've held on to all of my art, because I've always wanted to be able to look back over the years and see what I've done. There's very few instances where I have taken a page out of my sketchbook and actually thrown it away. I can only think of one in particular that I've actually done that with. And it was because I was trying out how to draw blood and gore art, because it was like a thing that it kept popping up in like all the Warrior Cats AMVs, and I showed it to my sister and she's like, this is creepy, why did you draw that? And I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. And then I ripped it out of my sketchbook and threw it away. It wasn't anything like fancy or anything like that. As you can see, the most trusted opinion on my art is my sister. She's my number one. But other than that, like, as I said, it's always been a thing for me to preserve the art I've done over the years and keep it all in one place so that I can go back and look on it, not just because all of it is my original characters and my stories that I'm continuing to write to this day, but it's a mark of where I used to be and seeing where I am now, and it's important to see where you've come from, I think. And I know when I first started like really getting into art and really drawing, I wasn't really on social media that much. I was mainly on YouTube at first, watching speed paints and time lapses, and that's how I got into digital art. And eventually I was on DeviantArt, but that was like the majority of my social media for the longest time. And I remember seeing a lot of people regretting that they didn't have their old art and stuff, so I made it a point, like, I made sure like my parents and my grandparents and everyone knew, like, don't throw my sketchbooks away, don't throw any of this away, I'm keeping this forever. And that's why I still have all of them. Except for the one that's got stolen! And mark my words, I will find them, and I will stab them with a pencil over this. And that is a threat. That is a fucking threat! I won't actually stab them with a pencil, but it is kind of my go-to threat because I have been stabbed with a pencil before. I'm gonna head off though for the night. I'm gonna chug maybe some actual water for once because my voice is so dead, and I'm gonna go find I'm gonna go see if we should raid somebody. And if anyone happens to be online that I care about raiding into. No, not really. Not really appropriate for art stream. Okay. We're gonna go to bed now. Good night, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. I really enjoyed going through all of my old stuff and seeing all of my old stories and stuff like that. And hopefully if I can get enough of my digital art together, I may take you on a digital art tour as well. I am significantly more embarrassed by my older digital art than I am my older traditional art, but honestly I'm not that embarrassed about any of my old art because again it's where I used to be. But yeah, I'm gonna head off for now. I hope you guys have a good night.